Welcome everyone. Welcome to the 116th One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. It's Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. And this is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Educational Department and part of the English broadcast. My name is Rick Kremn. I'll be your host today. And we welcome Carolina Keshe as usual in these weekly broadcasts. And I believe she's ready to go with leading today's workshop. Hello, Carolina, are you ready to go?
Yes, hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome everybody to our One Planet, One Nation, One Race, 116th, Rick. We are moving into more and higher numbers. I would love to open this platform with our wish that we are present. We give from our soul freely to all souls in existence. Take what you need, and I am present.
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 We already have 2 questions popping up in the Q&A. That's fast. I never seen them appearing this fast. They're not questions, they are confirmation. Does this come because they can't post them in the chat room? If they appear in the Q&A, Rick?
Which, just the Q&A here is just, where do you see the questions at?
It's not questions, it's confirmation I am present.
Oh,
Q&A
right.
on the top, and it got me confused. I thought there were questions popping up so fast. I thought that's amazing.
I see. No. Yes, for those that put their presence in the Q&A, normally we don't do that because every time you put a Q&A question in, it pops up on our little indicator and we have to address it, or else it stays as an open question and so on. So I have to go along and, or maybe people aren't able to chat today and that's why they're doing that. I think that's happening.
Yeah, because it was confusing for me. I thought the questions are popping up very fast.
Okay. So the chat's still there. So we should be able to use the chat, the normal Zoom chat here rather than the Q&A for our I am presence and various other
I can fill them
comments.
up for you. Don't worry, Rick. I will look after it. So, who wants to share and start the platform with what news or anything new? We have started our classes again. Our private teachings have started. We are back in the normal rhythm. After a month of time out, which was not actually time out because of the virus. Nobody, any questions?
There might be a problem. There's people saying that the raise hand icon and the participants icon is not available and the chat is deactivated. So we have to fix
Zoom
that.
Zoom is playing up.
Fix that. I've got it tagged as allow attendees to raise hand. It should be there, and
it says here the chat is
okay.
deactivated. Why host is that here?
Yeah, it says Nikolai says the chat and the hand just showed up. So I think our magicians in the background have altered that setting somehow.
Okay.
So it should
We
be good
know,
now.
yeah. And I cleared the Q&A to keep it open for questions. Nikolai is confirming it just showed up. So we're back on our normal journey. Nobody, any news from anywhere? Must be. The reason why I started the wish is because there's still a lot of families and knowledge seekers suffering with the battling the coronavirus, and they're having a really hard time to get out of it. It just, new symptoms keep on reappearing. They keep on following their protocols, but it's a very hard battle, and it's a very painful battle. And that is the reason why I brought the wish on the table, so that we can elevate their souls, that they can work with the cops, and that we can support them in any way we can. I've been keeping an eye on the chats and the messages which are coming in. So they're not fully out of it. It's apparently something very hard to get out once you are having more than one type of infection or symptom, as we call it. So I want to keep an eye, and I keep an eye constant on people which have these kind of problems. We can only guide them through their cups and make sure that they do whatever they can possible. What I have learned from Mr. Keshe, which apparently seems to have some release of pain and pressure, is to hold your two hands like a cup and pour the ganses or the mixtures or the whatever protocol you're following, and pour it in the hands of the person who is suffering, and ask the person then to apply with these two hands where it hurts, where it's very painful, and apply the protocol like this. The understanding is that you are your own cup, and also to pour it on the cloth, to then to go on the place or the spot where it hurts. Try to find that the person itself, by holding his two hands together like a bowl, and pour it in, and then ask them to apply it. It seems to bring faster the release of the pain. And there are still children which are battling with it. And it's not easy as parents to see your children, and that's the only thing you can do, but at least you know what to do, and you know how to apply, and you know how to support them. And that's why I brought the wish on the table. Because on soul level, we support them faster. So if anyone has anything to share today, or would like to open a topic which you think it might be of importance to share, it's going to stay quiet. No problem, we're warming up. We always have
We
this
have,
when we come out of holidays.
We've
Yes,
got a
Rick?
couple people with hands up, and
That's
James has a question in the Q&A as well. Maybe we can hear from Theodore. Ted has his hand up here.
Good morning. Good morning, Rick. Good morning,
Hi.
Caroline. Howdy. I wanted to start it off, if you all don't mind, by just saying that the teaching at the end of Thursday's Knowledge Seekers Workshop, I thought was truly profound. How deep it got there at the end, and especially when it comes to the breathing and like accessing joy intercellularly. And then I thought it really all culminated with Wolfgang's question about, you know, basically the ability to get into the spaceships above, you know, the Earth, which one time Mr. Keshe explained almost as like a network, like of channels that you can get into and move. And I just think that it's a real, to me, it was really profound to hear it all come like that in just like a 20-minute segment. And you know, I've been kind of waiting on Mr. Keshe a little bit to talk about the breathing techniques in more detail, because he's been mentioning it for a number of years, but you know, the details of it are like, you know, kind of you got to put it together, and he gave a little more insight into that. And it just, all my research of my whole life has come to like a very similar conclusion, that it is the breath that really can change a lot of things. And me and my friends have been messing around with different breathing techniques for a couple years now, and they really are profound. And I'm really not quite able to carry my physicality wherever I want it to yet, but the breathing techniques really do help carry me into very deep places and into my soul and learning. And I just thought that was a really great teaching and a really excellent ending to the last Knowledge Seeker 326. And I just want to bring that up, as like just grateful for that. I really loved it. Thank you. Really beautiful.
Perfect, Ted. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else, Rick?
I thought we had another hand up previous, but Ike as well has his hand up. Go ahead, Ike.
Good morning, all. I got a question regarding the cup of man. Is there a reason why Mr. Keshe, during the teaching, had the setup where you can stay in the middle? But then when I see the explanation from different knowledge seekers, you can put it vertical. So it's not horizontal, and according to the teaching. I'm a little perplexed on that. Could someone explain that?
Not by me. I think you're going to have to ask other knowledge seekers to share their experience regarding this, please. Did you change the cup? Or your cup?
No, I have not actually built one. I have all my structure. I'm trying to figure out, should I leave it horizontal the way it was taught, or keep it vertical? And then if I keep it vertical, cup number 1 on top and the number 2 on the bottom, how do I stand in the middle? Because the teaching on Wikipedia says you stand in the middle. I thought I understood this, but it was, I'm trying to set it up there, and I started getting a little bit confused.
This is a difficult one, because Mr. Keshe said this is a journey for yourself, by yourself. And it's, as he repeated so many times, it's a sandbox to try different ways and how you understand, how you want it. You can set it up in different ways.
Oh, okay.
You can even make a size pocket and carry it with you. Does that mean it has to be big, or it can be just at your size the way you want?
Okay, I'll play with it. Second question, regarding the breathing techniques. Now, is it breathe in through your nose, slowly, or then breathe out through your mouth fast? Or is it the other way around?
I have not managed to get back to this part. Maybe another knowledge seeker has already covered that part yet. Anybody, any experience with the breathing?
Carolina, this is Ted again. My experience with the breathing is that there's a lot of different techniques, and that for me, like it has to do with like hyperoxygenation in a way, where if you breathe and you stay consistent on it, I feel like it can be done numerous ways, but when you focus on your breathing, it can take you very far. And I don't know what it is, like chemistry wise, or what technique is the right technique or the wrong technique. But I think that if you can sit like with your eyes open and focus on your breathing, it'll help the mind from wandering. And it gives like a point of access to allow, you know, to push away some of the physicality that can get in the way, and just by focusing on that breathing, whatever one feels correct to you. Because I've had a lot of different things happen with different techniques, and I don't think it's one technique that's perfect so much as it's the idea that attracting the focus to the breathing, and then with Mr. Keshe's teachings, looking at the diagrams about how he's trying to feed his second lung and how he's actually trying to feed the soul with the breathing. If that's your intention and your focus, it will manifest itself. And that's what the breathing techniques to me mean.
I gave the same advice yesterday, nearly the same, not exactly the same, to a knowledge seeker. I said, you have to find and discover what is best for you, because my breathing, my body, my capacity of my lungs, my sequence is not the same as yours. I said, I cannot guide you with your breathing. It's something that you have to discover by yourself, because you might be in an extreme hot climate, you might be in a very cold climate, and your breathing is already changing because your body adjusts to what it needs. So in that way, you're gonna have to discover what suits best for you and what you feel best, and how your body is responding to it. Is it fast? Is it a little bit slower? Is it deeper? Is it holding on to? Listen to the part again and try to follow in the way how it was explained and see what suits best for you. It's very difficult. You can give a general idea, but for a person to carry it out, it's the same when you will understand easier when I say, you know, I cannot teach my breathing technique to a child, because a child already breathes different than me. His lung capacity is different, or the nozzles blocked, or they freely open that they can breathe. There are a lot of things you have to take into account with that. It's a journey of trying by experience. And then you will say, aha, this worked best because now I responded this way. Or if I try it that way, I feel this way. That will be your best guideline than actually trying to follow word by word how to do it. And I do have to send a thank you to Ike and the other people and Mark who were involved for the call for Maryland, if I speak their name correctly. So thank you very much, everybody, for being so fast and so speedy on top of it. We have been doing on the platform of United States and Canada. We have those meetings at 7 o'clock on Sunday, every Sunday. You are such a big continent. You are with such a huge amount of people. Try to bring more knowledge seekers in to map out where you can support one another. It should be able, Alex is working hard on it and other people are working with him in the background to see if they can work with like a, I would call it like a blueprint of getting organized, like the people in Brazil are doing through Rafael. They have set up volunteer groups and they are looking after who has what and who can distribute what and where they are located without it going public so that nobody can misuse it or abuse it. So it would be very nice to see that those platforms to grow. Feel welcome. You have to be in Zoom to have access to come in because otherwise they can't call you in. It's like today's presentation. Whoever is here can go in there because you can be invited or you receive the number and you can call in yourself. We announce the numbers on time and a template will be made for the announcing of those meetings. You can record personally, no problem. You just have to ask the host permission so that you can listen to it again and again. It has a 6-hour duration, so it's plenty of time to ask your questions, share your knowledge. But it would be great to see that number growing like the Brazilian have done, and actually the excellent way of platform working and interacting is from Iran. 27,000 people are in one chat room. And I think we should be able to manage to do this everywhere, to involve as many knowledge seekers and tell them where you are. Invite them to be on the table as equal to share their knowledge and where they can help and help to teach.
And good morning. Can I add something about the breathing?
Sure. Azar?
Yes, good morning, Carolina.
Hi, good morning, Azar. Go ahead, Azar.
You know, with the breathing, if you look at all of us, the life force within us is through our breath. Ask someone to hold your nose and your mouth. Look what happens. You start to move very fast because the life force wants to live. So when we born, you know, they hit behind our buttock and we inhale, you know, the first inhalation, and we die, that the exhalation happens. So there are many people that I encounter in my traveling that they can just observe you breathing and can tell you everything about your past, your present, and your future, and they can tell you even when you're gonna die. Just listening to your breathing, because your breath has to do everything with what we do. And also, I learned a couple of breathing. I remember when I started my breathing, it was as if I was gonna die, because in the past, I was breathing through my mouth, and my breath right now is very, very different from like almost 2 years ago. And the breathing is very, very important. It's going to change you. You're going to change even your body structure, because I can feel it. You can your alignment of your body changes with breathing. Everything changes because it connected to all the energy panel in your body. And there's 61 points. Actually, there's 114 points of energy, but I usually go through 61 of them every day, which actually connect all the energy points plus the breathing. One of the breathing that, I talked about it before, is through holding the left and right nostril and switch back and forth. And actually one is, you start with the left one and you start with the exhalation and then inhalation. And you breathe very slowly. And that's what I said when I started. I felt like I'm gonna choke, I'm gonna die, because I couldn't do it. It was very hard for me. And then you close the left nostril and you go to the right nostril and you exhale again, you inhale. This is called a Sukha Kriya, but there's another one which you do it and is the same position. The way you hold the fingers is different. This one is called Nadi Shuti. This one, you start with the left nostril, but then you inhale first and you exhale, but you always end with the left. When you start with left, you end up with left. But practicing this, if you do the Sukha Kriya about 220 minutes or 225 minutes or even 1 hour every day, you will see huge change in your mental, the way you think, the way clarity you get in the mind. A lot of changes. It just brings some calmness. And actually, you get connected to the soul. It's just fascinating. It seems like if certain things happen, you feel like the mind is outside and you're observant of your mind. It means like your soul is observing your mind. Like, for example, if you're talking with someone, usually you just keep talking. But then when you become like this, then you just don't keep talking, as if somebody is watching you, even what you say. So it brings so much control, I can call it, and so much ease in the body. You don't have that like a chattering mind anymore. It has a lot of effect. And this breathing, if you learn how to do it, even if you spend 20 minutes, it brings a huge change in the body. And also the movement of the finger, there is something else that I do. The movement of the finger, the way you hold your finger, like you touch the thumb to the next finger to the thumb, and you hold the other 3 fingers straight, and that's one position. The other position, you roll your forefinger, bring it to the end of your finger, and you kind of make a fist, but the end of the finger is at the end of your finger, you roll it with your thumb, kind of wrap around it. That's another position. Another position of finger that you put your thumb inside your fist and you hold it like that. And actually you can do this with the sound, and you use the sound. And I remember when I started to use this sound, the sounding was very, I couldn't really do a long sound. And I observe other people can make a situation for a long time. And another thing I do with the breathing, you kind of go breathe from the from inside your throat. Like, I don't know if you can hear me, if you go like this, you go from inside your throat and you stretch the exhalation and you inhale through your nose and exhale to your deep from your throat. That's another way. Or breathing very fast from the depth of your throat for like 1 minute or 2 minutes. These are practices. So there's so many ways. I'm sure you guys, there's so many breathing technique. I know my brother does another one, which he's been doing it for a long time, which is different than mine, but he learned it from somebody else. But even if you find, because you can even Google it, but these are the one I learned, but definitely makes a huge, huge difference in the way you feel, the way you talk, the way you conduct yourself, the soul, everything is very different.
When you're taught these techniques, do they just kind of tell you quickly how to do it and leave you up to it after that?
You see, I can.
There's no guidance or anything in
No,
it,
no.
right?
You see, this breathing, it was part of a program that I did. The reason I cannot teach you guys the whole program because I'm not allowed. That's what they tell us. But
Why
it's,
did they not allow you?
but because you have, because the point is they have to be correct. That's why they have a certain structure. So this breathing is not something, it was part of a program that is like a Sukha Kriya is part of the Shambhavi Mudra that I do, which is about 25 minutes a day, which has rapid breathing within it as well. So I do the slow breathing, then I do the arm chanting, and then I do the rapid breathing, and I do the 3 locks in the body. So actually this
Okay, and why do they not tell people just quickly how to do that?
Because you can go, because actually this whole program, Shambhavi Mudra, if you don't know how to do it correctly, it can be dangerous. So that's why
That's exactly my point, Azar.
Yeah,
so
but
why will we give out half information about this? Because people can get in trouble with it. That's why we should stick with what Mr. Kesh said, rather than the other 5,000 different breathing techniques that are available to the world.
Rick, you're getting it wrong. Sukha Kriya and Nadi Shuti is something everybody can do. It's not part of the program. But the whole program, you have to go to the right place. But Sukha Kriya, even if you Google it, you can find it. Nadi Shuti, you can find it. These are the breathing techniques. It has nothing to do with the program. If you want to do the program.
Does it have anything to do with what Mr. Kesh was teaching? This is what I'm interested in.
And Mr. Keshe is, you know, when Mr. Keshe taught about what he was talking about, I kind of get at what he's asking, because what he's saying, because when he's talking about the heart and the soul, the physical soul and the soul, I'm almost there. Because when he talks about when you look at the cup of man or anything, when they disappear, no longer you can see them, it's part of you. It is happening to me. So this program, for whatever reason, is working for me at least. But the breathing is not, as I said, breathing is not something is dangerous. You cannot do it. You can do it, and it's very simple. As I said in the beginning, some of you might even feel like you want to choke because you used to the breathing of very fast or to your mouth and not paying attention. But once you practice this breathing, your whole body changes.
So basically, the fundamentals, I think, is to be focused.
You see, what you do, you have to sit in a certain position. How you sit, you take the left of the heel of your left leg, you put it between your anal and genitalial position, and you bring your right leg in front of it. You sit like this with the spine erect. And then you put your left hand right on your lap, facing up, very loosely positioned. And you bring your right hand in front of your nose, the 3 middle fingers straight in front of your nose, and you put your thumb on the right nostril, you put your pinky on the left nostril, and you start holding there, you know, if you go on the bottom of the nose, right there, there is a little bone. If you press right there very gently, you close the right nostril with your thumb. And then your the pinky is off of it, and you breathe very, very slowly out. Slowly breathe out. You observe your breath as you breathe out. And then very, very slowly you breathe in. Once you've done that, you close the left nostril with the same position with the bone is, very gently close it. And then you let go of your thumb and breathe very slowly breathe out slowly and very slowly breathe in. And you keep switching. You do it for like, in the beginning, you know, your arm might get tired because you're not used to it, or you might get uncomfortable the way you're sitting, you're not used to it. But don't be so harsh on yourself. Just do as much as you can. And then you breathe out of the left nostril, you finish it. That's how you do it. And you keep increasing. If you can do it like 25 minutes and twice a day, it is a huge change in the body.
Well,
That's how
Mr. Keshe said something, the way Mr. Keshe explained it, and I think I heard you, you made a comment and concurred with what he was saying. But basically, the fundamentals, and that's what I'm trying to understand from what Mr. Keshe said and what you are trying to describe now. The methodologies are pretty much different, but the fundamental is what I want to understand. Do I have to be focused and don't get distracted? And now, if I get distracted in the process, should I come back to the same technique? Or I mean, what is if I'm trying to understand? My focus is not there. I tried to breathe through my nose and then exhale through my mouth, but then I heard something else, somebody saying that you have to breathe fast. And I'm not doing it fast. I can't do it fast because I feel like I'm choking, or I get tired and I get distracted. So I wasn't sure. I just want to understand the fundamentals from what Mr. Keshe was saying, which you concurred, I heard.
Because you see,
Can
start
I, Azar, can I, for just a second, please? It's Ike, yes?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. If you want to understand how to, if you're a beginner, and I mean really, I have never done this before, we never went into these things. There is an easy way how to learn how to follow your body with breathing, and it's harmless. It's only 15 times. It's a very tiny, small exercise, but it can it can guide you where to pay attention to and how to get focused. And then you can start trying to discover where Mr. Keshe is trying to guide you. And that is, if you lay down and you put your hands on your belly, you close your eyes, and you start breathing through your nose. But you have to pay attention that you breathe through your belly, not through your shoulders. So your hands literally have to go slightly up and down as you are inhaling. That's just the first simple steps. But you have to exhale through your mouth. So you have to get the trick. Through the nose, in the belly, and exhale through the mouth. About 15 times. And that exercise can already get very confusing because I'm trying to pass this kind of technique on to children. And you see that they're going through the shoulders. That means they do not know where to guide the flow. And you might sense the same problem, but you will not choke. You will just retry to start over again through the nose, out of the mouth. But you have to exhale longer out of the mouth than what you inhaled through the mouth. So it's like a balloon. You go with your nose.
Yes, that's my point. I think I'm getting a better picture. When you inhale through your nose, it's like you grab it, you have the capacity now inside you. And then when you exhale, do you exhale fast or do you exhale slow through the mouth?
No. You first try to control or to guide your breathing through your belly, because 99% of the people, they breathe through the top of the body, through the shoulders. You will see the shoulders will go up, but not the belly. If you never done any exercises with breathing, this is one of the first things that the therapist will teach you, is to breathe through the tummy. So you
Okay,
have to
you're
have
right.
your belly to come up. That
I'm
means,
doing my shoulders, yeah.
Also,
yeah,
any breathing,
exactly. So
any
you have
breathing
to
you
go
do,
very slowly. You have to inhale. You go at your own pace. You don't need to go fast. You don't need to go slow. You just inhale through the nose, but you have to focus that your belly goes up, not your shoulders. And you exhale longer than what you breathe in. And the best way that children can follow even you with your mind, not to wander off, is to focus like a balloon. I blow the balloon, which is my belly, and then I just squeeze all the air out of the balloon. So the balloon has to be flat so that there is nothing left. And that already will teach you or guide you how to stay focused on your breathing without getting confused or hurt or damage yourself. And you do this quite a few times a day and see how better you get at it. Then you know that you have found somewhere a focus point. You don't get whirled off because you keep focused on your belly. But at the same time, this is like a meditation because you can't let your guard go down because you're going to start breathing through your shoulders again until you really master it. And then you go to the next step. So this kind of exercise, you have to build up with your own body very slowly. Then the next step is, wherever you are during the day, you try to breathe through your belly while you're sitting up instead of laying down. And you can exercise this exercise anywhere you like, wherever you are. So you don't need to be in a room on your own, by yourself, once you know how to master this small technique. And then you can make better steps and more steps till you get really used to it. Because all these breathing techniques, which Azar is referring to, they are all guided by masters or teachers. And they confuse people because it's very difficult to explain to somebody on the phone how to do a breathing technique. This is one of the simplest one because you can follow the process, not the shoulder, the belly. And because you're focused, you already go what they call like in a meditation state because you got to focus. You can't let go. You do it 15 times and then you do it again. Every time you feel like it, and when you master it, then you start doing it when you sit up, anywhere you like. And it will be amazing how you already changed with just these 15 times. Because you have learned to empty the lungs, what we call from the fire. I explained this in one of my articles about the pillow bashing. It changes your arithmetic, but it makes sure that you start paying attention to yourself. That is the most important thing of everything. You make time for yourself. That is meditating. Nobody takes time unless they sit down and work within oneself for oneself. That is meditation. To pay attention to yourself.
Carolina, any breathing you want to do, in the beginning, you want to be uncomfortable because all of us breathe unconsciously. All of us.
Not with this one, not with the 15 times.
But
You don't go uncomfortable. You do not go crying. You do not go nothing. You just learn how to control where the breathing pattern goes. That's why I said 15 times, no more. Because the first 5, 7 times, 10 times, you are trying to get it through your belly. That's the hardest part because nobody has this automatic way of breathing. You all breathe through the top layer. Yes?
Can I say something?
Sure.
I have listened. Good morning, Aviram from San Juan in Guatemala. I have listened 3 times to the passage where Mr. Keshe talks about this breathing technique, and I can share what I understood, which is that you breathe in through the nose 1 count. That means very fast. And the purpose is that the energy, which is the plasmatic energy, which is in the air, does passes in front of the seat of the soul. That is the point at the end of the nose channel where it goes down into your bronchs. And then you breathe in very...
Hold on. Quick, let me interject. I'm understanding. So when you breathe in through the nose,
Yes.
Now, can I hold it in?
No,
Like
no. The theory, as I understood it, is instead of giving with your attention, instead of following your breathing down into the lungs, where the air will be transformed and all this giggly giz with them on the matter state, you keep it, you try to give it the possibility to the soul to take as much as she wants. So you do not make it slow or hold your breath or anything, as I understood. It is that you breathe in on only one count. That is very fast, like if you have a runny nose and you pull up the mucus, like this short, you make just like this. And then you breathe out immediately through the mouth very slowly, 2 or 3 counts. Counts means 2 times or 3 times the time you took to breathe in. So if your in breathing is very short, you breathe out very slowly. And by this, as I understood, you give more chance to the soul to absorb huge amounts of plasmatic energy than to the material level, which is the lungs. Okay. And then he said that it is helpful if you want to come closer to your soul. So since he said it Thursday, I did it every day. And I do actually this breathing while I do my yoga. And it goes very well, except of some postures where there is stretching involved, where I need time. In all the positions, it goes very well. It is not straining on the body. And I feel it is now difficult for me to say what exactly has changed. It is more the feeling of the me in the world, or how yoga is, or how I live, or it's more a very, the changes are subtle, except on the food, the feeding context. I have more ease in not eating as much as before. I eat very little now, and before my mind was always complaining and saying, no, you need to eat more, you are hungry, you will miss something, energy and stuff. And then now the mind is much more quiet, and that says for me that the soul is already getting more energy and feeding the soul of physicality, which calms down the mind. That's what I understood. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Caroline, thanks. I think I was doing my shoulder. I was trying to
I'd like
breathe.
to share some more.
Yes, who was that?
This is Ted Ike, Carolina. I'd like to share a little bit about, since we're talking about the breathing technique more, that, a while ago, Mr. Keshe taught to take the CO2 GANS water and place it in a cold mister. And I've done that before. One time in specific, I have this little essential oil cold mister thing. So I cleaned it out real good so it didn't have the essential oil smells in it. And I put a little bit of the CO2 water in it. And I cut the bottom out of a milk jug so I could set it over the cold mister. And I had a tube attached to it going to a little breathing mask. And I laid down on my bed. It's very low to the floor. So it's just like the mister was right next to me in the tube. And I did some breathing. And in a very short amount of time, I went further and farther out than I've probably ever been before without the use of some type of a drug or something. And it hit me so fast and hard that I literally, I got scared, and the blockage came in, and I just pulled the mask off because I was like, oh my God, like I was really going to talk to God. I mean, it was very intense, and there's a lot of potential in breathing in the cool mist vapor of the CO2 GANs, or at least for me. And I think about it regularly, and I'm kind of even a little bit ashamed with myself that I haven't revisited that again. And it's only because I think that, you know, it's like when you look into the mirror and love yourself, like you're ready when you're ready. And like my body at that time was scared, and like, why won't I try it again? Like, why am I scared? Like, am I scared, or am I lazy? What is it? But I will say that I felt the power of the cold mist of the CO2 GANs, and it is not a joke. And I think in conjunction with the breathing technique, if you try to breathe in that cool mist, if it works anything like it worked for me, you will go real far, real fast. And it was truly amazing, honestly. I mean, it's a spaceship.
Well, I had an experience similar to that kind of got scared a little bit. I made a max, because right now we are all encouraged to have max if you live in the house. So I made a max, and I put a GANS water for a cup of one. Not with the GANS, just the GANS water. I just sprayed it on the max. It's quite moist. Then I had it on my face, and I was breathing on it. I was breathing, holding it in, and removing the mask to breathe out. And I felt a little lightheaded. That was it.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, Alvaro has his hand up as well. You want to go ahead, Alvaro? Hello, Alvaro. You'll have to unmute your mic there. Okay, I'll try to unmute and see if that works. Hello?
Oh,
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
okay, Rick. I'm listening to the explanations about the breathing exercises, and as a former yoga instructor, it reminds me a lot what I have learned from the hatha yoga classes and my instructors. I would like to know the relationship between these breathing exercises and the yoga exercises that they call pranayama. Can you give me some answer about that, please? Ooh, Carolina.
Not me. I have never done yoga.
Yep. I did for a long time. I went to India several times and see the gurus and everything, but I went away from this matrix, you know, because for me, I cannot put my power in anyone else except in myself. So this guru and things like this matrix, I went out. But the exercises are very good. The yoga is a very good exercise. Besides the mysticism, yoga is very good. And since I did that for many years in my life, and now I'm listening to this breathing exercise, and the way you do it, only in the belly. Don't move your chest. Keep your chest calm. Just breathe to the belly. That's the way to do it, because when you put your breath to in the chest, it's like a alarm response from the body. When someone spook you, or when you get afraid, you can see that your breathing immediately goes to the chest. You cannot keep it in the belly. Only when you are calm and sit down and pay attention, you can keep the breathing to only in the belly, you know. But my thing is, actually, my doubt is this what Mr. Keshe called plasma? Is the same thing at in the Hinduism and the yoga teachers call prana? Just want to clarify that if it's possible. Thank you very much.
There are a lot of mystics around, and a lot of is hidden. And I don't come near to these kind of people because it nearly cost my life. I never came near to none of those people because it's like you have vampires around you. And
Exactly.
I was just very lucky. I had two people who knew what happened, because I was literally going through my knees from pain. Life was just going out of me. And he did it without anybody noticing. Just before he left, he took revenge on whatever, it doesn't matter. I always stayed away from those people. I don't trust them. I cannot stand them because I got the experience firsthand. The first time I actually met a so-called, what they call themselves, gurus, it nearly cost my life. No, thank you. I prefer to go to a gym teacher which guides you to do your correct breathing. And then from there on, you explore yourself what is best for you, because that is your journey. You have to find the path which what you're comfortable with. And then you can start exercising and expanding your own techniques. But start with the basic. And the basic is, we are all breathing the wrong way. And it's correct what you said. When you get pain or a shock, you breathe through your belly because that's your shy line, that is your lifeline. Anyone comes near to those or in that direction, you protect yourself with your life, because that's where your life is. For a male, it's different. For a female, it's different, but it's in the same area. That's your shy line, that's your surviving line, that's your protection. So to go there and to do the breathing is to learn to do the correct breathing and start paying attention once you know how it should be done in this very simplistic way, is to stand to try wherever you are to exercise it. Because we don't pay attention how we breathe. It's an automatic system, but we do not connect it with our emotions. If somebody gets agitated or somebody gets angry or somebody gets sad, every breathing sequence changes. It's for you to start learning to follow your path of breathing and then adjust it to the best ability you can, and then expand it to a higher as you get the experiment with it. And I see it, I was always laughing my head off because sometimes it took 3 to 4 sessions to get a child just to breathe through his belly. And they try so hard and they get so fast distracted and they keep on opening their eyes to look at you, you know, I'm not doing it right. And I hold my hands on the belly and I hold one hand on the shoulder. So I give them the signal. If I squeeze, it means you're in the wrong one or you're in the right one. So if I put my hand on the belly and I squeeze there, they knew that they were doing it correct. When I was holding the hand on the shoulder, they knew they had to change the sequence. And you have to keep on reminding to exhale longer than they inhale. And it becomes, you know, like a game, and they enjoy playing it because they receive all your attention. It's a one-to-one. Now do this one-to-one for yourself and don't make it complicated. It's easier than you think. It's just do it and see where the journey gonna take you. But I know that this exercise doesn't make you hyper. It doesn't do anything wrong with you. It just actually helps you to focus how you breathe, to learn about yourself. But it doesn't make you dizzy. It doesn't make you anything, because you can only do it 15 times when you start till you know what you do with yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it's very easy to do it together with your children. Lay all down in a row and say, we're going to do it together. And each one holds the belly of the other one, and they can check, you know, one the other one, and it's a family thing. But at the same time, you learn them how to change their breathing. And it does them good.
And this is amazing, Carolina, because I'm also trained martial arts. Actually, I used to. Now in this situation, nobody's training nothing. But I used to train in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'm instructor. And I use this breathing technique during the training. So when people is over me, putting weight over me, and the position is not comfortable, I keep quiet there, just breathing to my belly, you know, very slowly. And I can almost go forever like that. You know, it's really amazing. Thank you very much, Carolina. Thanks, Rick.
You're welcome, because I have 2 boys which are doing ninjutsu. They're masters at it. And one who's a master at judo. And I see them doing the exercises, and I see them how what they learn and the ethics behind it. It's more, they actually started more from the understanding of how to be a human being and what not to do. And that's how they rolled in. That's what they were attracted to. Not so much to be able to disarm somebody. They had no interest. It was more the philosophy of how to deal with oneself and how to get fit and how the beauty of it. That's what their understanding was, how they started. They started with reading the books. And now they're masters and they're very good at it.
Yeah, I'm teaching here in Brazil, and the philosophy of the martial arts, when you go and study, it's fantastic. There's nothing to do with violence. It's all about self-knowledge, you know.
Yeah. And when they get hurt, why they get hurt, and the teachers are explaining everything. That's the beauty of it. I keep on saying, well, why are you going to go into this one? Because I have no knowledge about it. And then they start analyzing to me, explaining, this is what is behind, and that is what you can do. And this is what you learn about yourself, even their diet, the way they get fit, because they love good food. So when they stop, the weight goes up. When they come on holidays for the time they are with us, is it a week or 2 weeks? They don't mind, because the first thing they say, oh my God, I'm gonna have to work so hard when I get back, because I have to get it all off again.
That's funny.
They are good. They're good. But when you can sit down and listen to people who do martial arts, breathing is extremely important, because with what they explained to me, what I have understood from it was the end to become a really master is to sit in the middle, and all the students and the masters are sitting around them like in a circle. And they have to, one master takes the sword, and they have to feel and sense before he hits. So they're blindfolded, and everything is quiet as a mouse. And there's one person in the circle which moves around, and they have to stop him before he hits them. So it really goes by full sensing who is where, what, and what is about to happen. They have tried a few times to pass the test, but they haven't managed it yet. Because that's the ultimate goal, that they don't need to see, but just by sensing and hearing, to know where the person is. And that's what they're aiming for, to be that good and that concentrated and that empowered of their own will to be able to achieve that point. I admire them for it because they still haven't given up and they're already 10 years in it, maybe more.
Carolina, this is Ted again. I really resonate with this idea of martial arts and truly understanding what the martial arts is. And it reminds me in the last Knowledge Seekers how Mr. Keshe said that, you know, there's a condition that seems to be bred into humanity. And, you know, the result of that condition, whether we want to refer to it as negative or fear or what it is, or just low self-esteem, that's like reinforced through like society and like it's literally bred into us. And I think that, you know, it's evident with the way we breathe. Traditionally, people do breathe as if they are in a state of fear, with like the shorter, lighter breathing that isn't fulfilling all the way to the belly. And then the idea of the martial arts really is to strengthen oneself to a point where it isn't about being violent. It's about becoming all you can be and opening up your self-esteem to believing in yourself and filling up your cup. And, you know, part of me has always wondered, like, why is this condition like bred into us? And why do families and parents and societies and teachers and everybody pass down this kind of conditioning? But it's also like a beautiful thing that there's so many practices like the martial arts to help us learn to overcome that. And once we can overcome that, we have more strength inside to feed ourselves from ourselves. And I really resonate with martial arts for that reason, because I used to think martial arts really was just, oh, you can go beat somebody up. That's great.
No.
No, it isn't. But I had a friend of mine who really got into Aikido, and it's a very defensive style. And I never really practiced the martial arts on the physical side. I figured out that you could prepare yourself with a mental Aikido. And anytime a negative or an entity or anything is kind of working on you or trying to take from you, there's senses that you can see before it happens. Like the number one thing I've noticed is that before an argument happens or before I get in a negative place or something like that, the light in the room actually diminishes. It becomes slightly darker in the room and my vision narrows into a bit of a tunnel. And that's like the first thing. And I automatically know it's kind of like Aikido. Well, something is, you sense it before it happens. And by being able to do that and being aware and cognitive of little things and practicing, you know, being aware of them, you can overcome them before they happen. And that's a very powerful teaching that martial arts helps people. It doesn't have to just be the man with the sword in the circle. It could be somebody that you love that's getting ready to come at an attack with you and they don't really know why, and you don't have to play into it. And I think that that kind of awareness is the true purpose in a way of the martial arts. And then overcoming a situation before it happens, you don't even need violence. If somebody's going to come at you, you can sense it a mile away and you can avoid the situation altogether and not even need to bust into the physicality side of defending yourself.
How could you apply that to avoiding the virus?
Well, I'm
Isn't
a
it the
really
same concept?
Yeah, I think, well, for me, I'm a truly firm believer in that the immune system is strong and it wants us to be healthy. And if we can stay in a positive state of mind and be loving and giving, I believe that the immune system stays strong. And so that's how, I guess, like if I catch myself getting into a darker thought process, I know in my heart that that will affect my immune system. And then I would possibly become more susceptible to something like the virus. So it's like,
right, agreed. how does that, like you were describing the martial arts, though. I was wondering, I can see, you know, it must be this exact same technique, the exact same process and concepts in the martial arts, in their, you know, taken out to their extreme, in defending against, you know, an incoming virus or any fields that we're going through. Because as it was just described, you're starting to talk about not the physicality movements, you know, you're not defending against the physicality movements of someone else. You're getting in before the physicality moves, the actual field movements. You can feel the fields, as we like to say. So if you can feel the fields, you know that someone else is going to move or some other field is impinging on you, like Carolina mentioned and some others last week and before, about going into a mall or some other establishment and actually feeling like feeling uneasy, feeling something's different. I've gone through this energy field or something, and then having to go home and maybe, you know, spray yourself down extra big and maybe have a bath and so on to try to dispel these fields. And perhaps what I'm suggesting is perhaps when we feel those fields, that's the time when perhaps we can put up that sorry, there's a microphone open. Stefania, could you mute? Thank you. We could put up those that barrier, that oasis condition, you know, our shields, you know, shields up, as they say in Star Trek. And you put up your shields as soon as you sense that danger, I guess it would be, and you know, be able to act on it is the idea, rather than perhaps if we're acting out of the upper lung breathing rather than the belly breathing, then perhaps our attention isn't quite as focused as it would be, and we might miss that cloud of virus or that big thug coming at us, that or that insult or whatever that came from left field. Maybe we would notice it better if we were in a higher state of awareness and our attention is focused on our environment and everything around us. Like in the martial arts, you sense everything, not just what's in front of you, not just what your eyes are seeing, but you're all around you. So, you know, you can take on a whole gang because you are aware of all the incomings from all around. So I'm just proposing that perhaps these techniques can be transposed into this new world that we're moving into.
Oh, I agree completely, Rick. And I think that that awareness and everything like that, like the truth of the teaching, like the reality that we are a part of the creation, and it literally takes two to tango, and there is no way that you can really get yourself into something unless you are kind of bringing it on. So if you can change the process of how you want to interact with creation, it can change that process of needing to get into those kind of situations, whether it be physical danger or just emotional danger. You know, from a lot of the times, emotional danger can kind of come from loved ones. I don't think we mean to hurt our loved ones. It's just we're comfortable and safe. A lot of the times we would maybe treat our loved ones sometimes with a little less respect than a stranger, because, you know, a stranger, you almost are putting on a show or something. And with the family, you think that, you know, you have the right to kind of go too far with it. And it, to me, it is understanding that martial arts and the discipline of being the creation that you want to see. And it's an age-old teaching that is, you know, reiterated in the teachings of Mr. Keshe, and the foundation of it, to me.
That was the magic word. I see that his microphone is open.
Yeah, I'm listening. something which I explained yesterday and again, we got to remind and repeat, is we set up the soul teaching and one nation, one planet, one race, to start bringing a common denominator for people to understand and unify, or in a way to bring the totality on the table. Something which most of you, or not many of you, would have ever thought about or could think about is the most commonest thing every creature on this planet shares is air. We are fussy if somebody touches us. We are fussy if somebody's different color lives near to us. We are fussy about the Chinese getting the disease. But there's one thing in common we all have as one nation. It's one house. It's a very small house. And that is, the commonest thing we share is air. And the next commonest thing we share is the water. Which means what I breathe in, then I breathe out, it must get shared by so many other creatures. We have no objection to it. We don't look into the air and say, oh, you came from a lung of a black guy, you cannot come in, or a snake just spread you, or a lion just, excuse my French, farted you. We breathe it. We inhale it, and in different ways, we have never stood still, or we took the path of ignorance. We don't want to think about it because it's too much. The thought of this thing for us that we share is too much. But another way, what about if the air I breathe, I elevate its soul, I elevate its level, that when the next person breathes after me, it reaches the same point as what I left it. Mankind has not understood the totality of his own creation. The guy breathed air in Canada. It comes out in different shapes. Excuse me, can you close the carbonari section, please? And then it's bred by 10, 20 other animals. Partially converts into the amino acid, partially converts into another lion might inhale it, and then God knows everything else. How many times have the air on this planet that's been bred by how many of us? Is the biggest common denominator we all have. But we never use it. We never used it. We never understood it. We never wanted to contemplate to do it. And in so many ways, when man gets into a smaller UFO, I call it, this UFO for man is too big. We call it Earth. When you get into a smaller UFO, you call it whatever you like. You're a spaceship with 10,000 people, with 100,000 people, with 10 people. You'll find out the emotion of the breathing affects the others. You cannot air filter it. You cannot change it. You cannot change the emotion of it. Then we understand emotion in the direction of the way we breathe out, we create, can be a common denominator for creating peace inside the aircraft or on this planet. And what puzzles me, and it makes me really laugh for what I heard, you put your hands on your breathing and do this and do that. This was not the way we set up the teaching. Because again, as usual, man goes towards physicality. The essence of the breathing to strengthen your soul was in fact to see how your breathing connects you to the other souls. By the air you breathe and by the extension of your soul. It's easier to use what you give to be spread as a dimension of the increase and enhancing another dimension for another person. We never think about it. And in so many ways, when so many knowledge seekers around the world reach that point, when you link up, and then you can expand the whole of this planet, or inside your UFO, or whatever you like to call it, or your own soul, you'll find out there is a different way in connecting the souls, using the air we breathe as a linking connection with the others. It's the only thing which we share continuously, so many times a minute, so many times an hour. The rat does it, the lion does it, even the stone breathes. So what was the essence of teaching and breathing to enhance your soul? Was, and the teaching in the coming Thursday teaching, we go back onto it, is to understand how mankind can connect through the common denominator of this life on this planet. How do you connect with breathing? When I listen to this teaching and after I leave and I listen what carries the conversation, it brings me laughter that these people are just there, nothing changes. How can you change this flock? And what do we see in the next step in mankind, in what is going to happen on this planet? We got used to it because it's there, we breathe it, but we never got to understand how we can use it to be heard in the depth of the oceans and in the top of the mountain without even making a noise. We got too what we call trapped, too much involved in the physicality that everything at the moment, even with the corona, we don't really think about it. It's just there. It's quarantine of 6 weeks, 8 weeks holidays. But what is going to be the next step? Why do we bring this breathing? It's, as always, I put a seed out and see how you grow it. And then trying to trim it, that it gives the right flower and it shows its beauty. The breathing wasn't so much to show how you do this and that, but was given to show how you can elevate your soul. And with it, connect with the other souls. And in a way, you send the message out. It's like an order. How many liters of air you put into this atmosphere and how many liters of air do you breathe in? And then you will understand the lung of the man, and through his breathing system, the lions or anything else which breathes in his life, even the tree, have one thing in common. And that common denominator is the soul. And mankind has to come to understand, is this soul as one nation? The one nationness is not to bring all the Chinese and English and God knows, the Iranian and the rest together and no borders. One nation is the plants, the fish, the cat, the trees. Because they are part of our nation. They are part of us. And When we start looking that way, how do you teach them to breathe? Or do you, through your own breath, elevate them, elevate their soul? You, as human being, are so involved with your own soul that you don't understand the soul of a plant with you is a source for you to elevate yourself and elevate the plant. What I call self-centeredness has become so engrossed that mankind has become blind to all of it. Breathing, for whatever reason we do, is not the only way to enhance the soul. And it's not there to bring anything which I heard in the past few minutes you talk about. It shows the knowledge seekers have not understood the essence of the teaching. And this is what I said yesterday. All these, what I call chit-chats, if mankind is going to speed up its way to the ultimate goal of whatever your ultimate goal is, to become a soul, to become a peaceful planet, to become whatever, has to come in the right track. As I said, 116 sessions gone. We don't see much difference from the session one. You have not set out to make one nation. You sit a lot here and chit chat about everything else except what is the responsibility of these chat rooms. What is the plan for one nation? How do you plan to become one nation? Yesterday, if you haven't heard, I left a direction for the Iranian leadership. And it wasn't talked about and announced in the Farsi teaching last night. And I spoke with the leaders of Iran government, Iranian government, on a very short conversation yesterday, which they called on upon. I said, the man who goes to the war is weak. The man who can find the weakness of his man opposite is the strong. But the weakness of it has to become the strength of both. As I've requested from the Iranian government and the Iranian leadership, I looked at the weakness. To make one nation, you always look at the weakness, that they become strong, and through it, you become as strong as collectively. American president, out of his own, what I call lack of understanding and his own ego, and in so many ways out of his own stupidity, a few days ago announced that any Iranian boat comes towards the American ships anymore in Strait of Hormuz, they're allowed to fire upon them. And I thought, your men are dying and you still follow the same track of stupidness and arrogance. I requested from the Iranian government yesterday to put all these passports on the water and in the direction of American ships. Put the guns down, not on attack mode, but on a friendship mode. Carry white flag on the speedboats with the flag of the United States on one side and flag of Iran on the other side, with one thing in the hand of Iranian Sabah on board of these passports. Cup of life, gases, to be given to the American Navy that they can protect themselves while they're sitting in those ships or whatever and dying or catching the corona. And tell them you recover. When you recovered, then we talk about the war. At the moment, we are here to help you. And I said to the Iranian leadership, this is what should be done very fast as we can. In a way, it's hard to fight, but in a way, it's easy to make peace. But you have to understand what this planet needs. What is the next step? How you make one nation. When you give a cup of life to a soldier who's afraid of his own life, breathing with his other soldiers, they might have corona. Over 40,000 American soldiers have corona, and statistically 20% of them will die. Do you think an American soldier will fire on a boat which brings him peace? And then when he receives it, do you think he's just going to shake hand and go over and embrace the man? This is the way you have to plan the one nation. And do you think the soldiers will ever fire on the people who brought them peace, peace of mind, peace of health? And this is the way you, as knowledge seekers, to make one nation, you got to understand the weaknesses of the structure of how to bring one nation about, not about breeding and God knows whatever. You got to understand, analyze what is needed, what is the next step. This is why we set up these rooms, strategically to make one nation, not to sit here and touch about the breathing up with my hands and my breath and the rest of it. As Keshe Foundation is becoming part of the world structure in so many different ways, you as knowledge seekers have to behave and understand to be there. If I'm somebody from Secretary of State or Chinese government and I come and say in this one nation, so what the heck are these people talking about? Are we dealing with a bunch of cuckoos? You're on a public platform. You're putting this on the internet. Try to bring the standards of the Keshe Foundation and the ethos of the foundation onto the international level the way it should be. You can do whatever you like in your private chats. This has become Caroline Cash chat room. Should not be. You as members of this platform should take hold, understand what is the next platform for humanity. To make one nation. One nation doesn't come out of breeding and judo. One nation comes in, you sit here strategically, publicly decide what is the next step. What is within the ethos of the Keshe Foundation you're doing. I come here, I try to guide, and whenever I go is back again to mousetrap and the breathing how to play judo. If you carry the public knowledge, the way it's done on Thursdays, now you're doing it on Tuesdays regarding one nation, one planet, set out the strategy, set out the leadership. I asked the head of the Keshe Foundation, both China and what they call world head of the Keshe Foundation, to join these groups, to bring these things in line. This is not one person show. This is what you're planning, and the world leaders come and sit and listen and then laugh their head off. One nation with judo, one nation with this and that. What is your strategy you're trying to guide us in? What is the outcome for man, for world peace? How can we become one race? What are the knowledge that it brings us to this point? This is the purpose of these teachings, these classes, or these sessions. You're a scientist, you're a strategist, you understand the world politics. Why do we have, as a world, one nation, allow people like Bill Gates to take us to ransom? What should be the policy for people like this? Are we going to use the same old method of capturing and executing, or are we going through the same methods of what we understand through knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, to allowing them to come to the judgment of their own soul? I've shown that in the Knowledge Seekers Universal Council meeting with Bill Gates. He's one of the weakest souls I've ever known. What is your plan here? How do you plan to make one nation? What is your position in regarding the strategy of one race? As one of the Iranian leaders said, Mr. Keshe, Keshe Foundation has become you and very few who understand what you are doing. As we change and Corona is going to change us. You will see the ratification of the new treaties which is going to come up will change the position with Corona. And with it, it brings new allies. This illness will change the whole of economical plan of the world. It needed it, and those who saw the opportunity have taken it. How long have we been waiting for the what we call China, Brazil, and the rest, which we witnessed their meeting in Brazil, to bring the BRICS in? Somebody moves against dollar. Nobody did. China did last week. Chinese president took hold and moved dollar out of trading in Chinese market, devaluing dollars like a rocket if it's less loose now. World leaders are there to bring changes. Keshe Foundation has become part of a global work that in these public places like today, like Thursday, where you are in public, you have to set up a strategy. They have to understand what you see as one nation. I go, and the whole thing goes back to mouse game, and this has to stop. Try to understand what you're here for. Try to understand what is and what power you carry by understanding the power of the soul of the man, by the power, by the air you breathe. I came a few weeks ago, I tried to remind, and he just walked away, and it goes back what I call to granny talks. You try to set up one nation, and it's the platform to be heard. You try to bring one race, it's the platform, you said. You're trying to be one whatever. I don't hear in any of the teaching in past 160. No move has been made in these meetings to bring the oneness in. Shut it, or start moving in what we set out to do. Every week, one of you has to take charge. This is what I want to do. This is a strategy I want to bring, and we discuss it. You have Rick, who runs these things with a group, set up 3, 4, or 5 people. What is going to be the topic of next week's discussion? In what basis? How we can do? And announce it. And when you come in, you know what you're doing, how you're leading, what happened in which nation that you can support to bring it as part of our nation. You have the Universal Council members, bring them in to implement the wishes of the group. Unless this is in the chat room, you have a few days to spare and just come for a few hours. If you were, as I said in the teaching last night when I was in the Iranian teaching, I had to leave as I was there because the head of Iranian governments were online. They called up on, and I had to get on. They listened to everything we say. I don't come off just because somebody calls. When the head of nations offices call, we respond. We are listened to. So we have to bring things in order. We see things in the background. The biggest gift was done for us was Belgium and Turkey in putting so much rubbish out their way, allowed us to grow underneath very strong. But I don't see much strength in a lot of things which is happening here or in the soul teaching. We just put this on a YouTube, and I'm if I'm head of CIA or a Pentagon, and I come and listen, I just laugh, says, oh my God, is this what Mr. Keshe says that his team? I asked the head of the Keshe Foundation to join in from next week to bring some guidance, some rules into engagement. This is your public platform. This is not private teaching. And it doesn't belong to one person to head it. This is not Chacho. Stick to what you put, or change the name of it and come off the Keshe Foundation platform and call it the chit chat, whatever it goes. If you work on the basis what we set up to be one nation, one planet, one race, what are your strategies? What are the experts? Why don't we bring experts, ask them to join in these chats? Doesn't mean we have to accept their opinion, but we can understand the broader aspects of it. We let a lot of things go to build, to establish till it's ready. And now, as I said yesterday in the soul teaching, it has to be corrected. We have to understand, you have heads of state, strategic advisors coming to these, listen to these chats after the YouTube opens up. And they say, my God, these people planning to breed or whatever. The way we teach on Thursdays, we bring a lot of things on the international platform. Tuesday's teaching has to be the same. We don't see these chit chats with Rick's teaching on Wednesdays. It's focused. People know there is to do the practical parts if they want to do it. So try to bring this Tuesday teaching as one race, one nation, one planet to understand what is the strategy for it, how we're going to make it, what is the plan for it. Cannot be one person, one man show 5 days a week. This has to stop, otherwise we just close everything, because one race, one planet is becoming an embarrassment to the Keshe Foundation structure, and a bigger structure we work with the government. Or we become like before dictatorship, we decide you follow, and that's what it is, the strategy of the Keshe Foundation. And this cannot be. Try to understand, especially on Tuesdays, you're on the international public platform, which world leaders, people who are making decisions strategically, listen to. And up to now has been an old grinding chit chat. Has to change. Set up groups, understand strategy of how you are going to, what do you understand in bringing one race, one nation. And every week, every 2 weeks, every month, one group in how to bring the race relationship, how to bring the one planet, how you can reach the world leaders, how you can bring the strategize to spread the corona protection to other countries. I don't hear any of these. It's got to be changed, and it's got to be changed by you, not by me. And it has to be a forum which world governments, world nations, world leaders, world public can come to and listen to learn how you change their lives by new technology, by new understanding. What is the outcome of all the work? What does one nation, one planet has to show for 116 meeting? Or can you reorganize yourself through understanding of the souls and everything? This is the decision we made this time, and this is what we see this time. It doesn't need offices. You are aware of the power of the soul, which is more important than any pen, What have you strategized? What have you collectively thought that has become the effect and the result? This is what has to be from now on. And I said last week, and I said yesterday, and I said today, and I said in other teachings, the time for play is over. Now we are there. World is in crisis. What do you have to offer me if I'm somebody from outside? That it gives me a confidence that I can rely on a Keshe Foundation, that it can bring changes in my life, changes in my family, changes in my nation, changes on this planet. Except by just breathing and putting my hand on somebody else's stomach. We need to understand what is going on. And we need to be strong enough to understand if we are there to lead the world or we are here just to waste time. Don't have that much time. You have maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks to play. Maybe even less with what we know is happening in the background. And no one has taken the opportunity to strategize these one nation, one world, one races. You should have sat down, sorted out how the Keshe Foundations around the world are supported the way the Iranian team has done. How can we support? How can we make one nation? How can we deliver what is being done in China or in Iran or anywhere else or in Brazil? Nothing. It's just become another chit-chat room for a bunch of old people who have nothing to do, just go and sit and chat. The quantity does not count anymore. What quality we can deliver. And we emphasize on this. We've done the same thing in the Iranian Keshe Foundation. We have taken all the time wasters out. We've closed all the chat rooms have been instructed to close. You're wasting time. We are reinforcing all the forces into one direction, in one place, that we can bring the change and we can deliver the change. And this has to be here the same. You should have had one nation, one planet, maybe twice a week, 3 times a week, to see what happened to Brazil, what happened with the Keshe Foundation in Mexico, what help has it been put, how did you bring, nothing happened. It's just a bunch of spread people, and there's not one nation, there's a bunch of chat treat. We set everything up, all the Corona teams are there. How many of you have been there to support and help them and find a way to do it? This is the problem when you don't create one soul, and by the habit of the man, then it becomes one physical man leader and he has to lead. And then everything collapses. And everything collapses. You choose leaders, you choose people in position, you put people in that they can bring that change to make one nation, one race, one family. And this is all it is. This cannot be any more chit-chat. There are people losing lives in Iran every minute, every hour. Every hour we are losing 3 to 5 lives because of Corona. Worse in China. 10 times worse in the United States and Europe. If you are the solution makers, what are we doing for it? What have we done as one nation? We set all the structures up. Why don't the people from these groups come in and discuss in different languages and bring it together? This is what's got to change. This is what has to come up. This is what you need to do. Close enough together through your souls, through your teaching, that you can bring nations together. You can bring through nations the governments together. You can support papers together. You can bring, show the technology works, the system is capable to work. Otherwise, we are wasting time. What happened to 7 years of teaching is the harvest time, and there's nobody there to harvest. A lot has been planted. We need to become one nation, and we need not to have leader and leaders, but collectively lead the whole planet. First for the human race, then for its creatures. And this is not happening. And if you don't take over as the knowledge seekers, as a one nation, one planet, you know what's going to happen? The old group will come and use your name and do the same old thing. You all have expertise, or make yourself experts. Try to educate. This is the time. We're coming on Tuesday. These are the things we need to have to prepare. These are the things needs to be set to go to the next step. It might bother a lot of you the way I speak straightforward, but sorry, there are lives lost. I'm online every minute. If you want me to read what I received in this morning, 200-300 people who are dying, or their families are dying, or hospitals we cannot do. And I'm one of 57 support members. The others get worse than me. Some people, because it's my name, they don't feel they're brave enough to talk to me. What do we have to save these lives? All this education we done, all this teaching we done. If one life, one nation, one cup, one race, whatever is just a platform to talk, there's millions of them out there. If, as Keshe Foundation, one planet, one race, one nation, we are there to bring that change, we are there to bring that peace, we are there to bring changes which mankind has been waiting for centuries. It's not going to be done this way, which I see. It's not going to be group and committees. It's going to be, this is how it's done, the way we've done in Keshe Foundation. We love, we care, this is the part I'm going to do. From now on, we try to bring all the Keshe Foundations worldwide to work as one team. All of you, whatever you are, we created the one land, one nation, one group, and a few thousand people in there. Now the changes will come through the government. How many of you are ready for that teaching in your televisions, in your radio stations? What is a national, international strategy by the Keshe Foundation from this chat room? All this should have been planned by now. You spend 6, 7, 8 hours on Tuesdays and Wednesdays or Mondays. Now it's time to start stretching. You have very few weeks. According to our team, maybe 4 weeks is your lucky side. What is our strategy? One nation, one race doesn't come by breathing. It gives you understand your soul. You can use different way of communication. You can use different way of reaching others. But how are we going to do it? How are we going to bring the change? Are we still going to distribute gas voters? Or are we going to elevate our own soul to understand that we can reach the one who calls for help through the soul? Do we have those who matured faster than the others can reach that point? And we still use both. The time for change has come, and we have worked hard enough. We signed the peace treaties, we set up the Universal Council and everything else. And I don't think it's time to allow the others to come in to use the name of the Keshe Foundation to carry on with the old way. And this is what's going to happen, I see. It might bother a lot of you, it might hurt a lot of you, but don't forget, millions are dying. Literally, millions are dying. Suffering. Everyone dies affects another 10 people. Children, brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, and the rest of it. What are we doing as one nation, on one planet, one race, and we've been going for 116 weeks? What is our strategy? What is our program? How are we going to face the world? A lot of you might not like my talk, but those of you who understand and bring the change from now on, you'll save many lives. You stop a lot of suffering. And that's why we set up, to change mankind from suffering. Not one personal feeling, one not personal position. You breathe the air. What does that air do? You extend your soul. How can you use that soul? How can you use that extension? Medicine hasn't worked. All the injections and immunization hasn't worked. Are we ready to launch in what has been achieved in Iran right across all our nations to make one nation out of it? They blocked us, they lied and cheated about us for past 10 years because of one pedophile king and his cronies. And the one who was heading it died of the same disease. Most probably, if he's died, the others are dead as well around him. What is our position? And what are we here to strategize? Or we just become another chat show? You're using Keshe Foundation public platform. And there cannot be much difference between Thursday teaching, Wednesday work of Rick, and what this platform shows. It has to become harmonized. It has to become part that it can be done. And this is our job. This is the responsibility of why we set up Keshe Foundation. You use a lot of energy doing these 6 hours, 10 hours. Now it's time to focus it. It's time to bring it in, to deliver it. And the beauty of it is, you have a huge nation now behind Keshe Foundation. And this is what has to be. We taught you the breathing to increase your soul, to elevate your soul. Extend it, how we can reach the other souls. If I cannot reach mine, but I can reach the others, I haven't developed so much to strengthen my own soul to its physicality, but I can reach the others. What's going to happen? Can they elevate? Can I elevate them that in their elevation, they might elevate somebody else's? Does not matter what I receive. This is what I said very recently. They called it the call unto a nation. Now we call on the humanity and the human race through the soul of the man. And now you understand why I put the soul teaching last. In all the teachings, I said the soul book is the last book. Because that's where you reach everything from plants to the fish to universal community. And now we're at that point to go to cross. If the Keshe Foundation in these teachings like today and Thursdays and what we set up as other groups like Corona groups does not reach the nation through the soul, through the new understanding, those who will come and understand it will turn it to the same way as old and become a big, big mess again. Try to change this Tuesday platforms into strategic, into understanding through the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, through the work of the Keshe Foundation, through the knowledge we spread. Into governments, into people's home. As I said, it's very strange. I was talking yesterday to the Iranian group and the Chinese group and with the head of the Keshe Foundation today. It's very, very strange. We have spent years teaching how to make ganses, and all of you have made all this gans and that and everything else. And now in these Corona chat groups, people come in, they just heard about it. They have a son, a family member, or a doctor or somebody sick with the corona. They can make the gases better than us 5 years in one day because they needed the knowledge is there and they've seen the saves life. What are we doing in 5 years? The way I see, thousands of people in Iran never heard of the Keshe Foundation. They know this technology works for their family. They come, they make it, and they do it, and they say, thank you for saving our lives. My child's life, my father's life. And then some stay and some just go. And the ones who stay want to know more. They spread more the knowledge. Corona groups is not extending to the other outside. It seems the Keshe Foundation was more active before the Corona groups was set up. Because now it's become self inside only, you don't teach outside. What happened to the teachings? What's the strategy to go out to reach people? How can we use the breathing and teaching of the soul done on Thursdays to expand it? In a way, if you think of it, Thursday we teach the theory. Wednesdays, Rick teaching tries to see how, who, what cups, what things are made. People can see some practicality in it. And Tuesdays has to be the implication of the technology. Implication of what is being taught over years. And now it's needed, otherwise I don't come and talk. It's time to make that change. It's time to not to make groups, but collectively as one group expand it. Put your knowledge, put your energy, put your soul, whatever is needed to bring that change for humanity. Otherwise, we are stuck back again into past 26 million years since the dinosaurs died. It might hurt some of you, most probably a lot of you, but put that energy in the right way. And it's time for change.
Mr. Keshe, good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Keshe.
Yeah, the reason why it hurts is that all these platforms have brought all the knowledge seekers to all the levels of your teachings. They have been opened up step by step, one at a time. Everything you've been teaching on Thursdays have been opened up on Tuesday. We have lost or spent or invested for what now, 5-6 weeks in making sure people could save their lives with the cops. That's where we have been guiding, and we have been receiving them in to be able to guide them to stay alive. There has not been a single moment wasted on anything, anywhere, because we have just opened up for more understanding every time about the signing of the World Peace Treaty, how to make and create the wishes for people to understand how to get the wishes to work, how to see the beauty of the wishes. But it takes time because people have never seen this before, that they can create a wish in a group together and then see it manifesting in 1 or 2 weeks. We have opened everything, every topic you brought Thursday morning on the table, we have opened up into depth. We have not lost a single minute of teaching. Not grannies, not old, not young, not sick, not healthy. We have not wasted a single breath anywhere. We brought everyone to the platform of the teaching that they could follow and practice and carry it out themselves. That was our guiding line. The strategic points we have been discussing in the other platforms, and people are still struggling to stay alive, some of them. So it goes by what the souls need. The platforms open up. We have to give them the room to be able to express, I haven't gotten this. I didn't understand. They don't know where else to go than to the Keshe Foundation.
You see, this is exactly where the problem is, that it's I and I. The whole thing has to become us, and other people have to take the part of to be. This is what I said, and I'll keep on repeating. This is exactly what it is, because it's without I doesn't happen. The group, especially the Tuesday group, has to become a point for international point of delivering. Nothing to do. This is what it's, emotion doesn't come into it. This is life. This is a life in so many ways. The Keshe Foundation, Knowledge Seekers, this Tuesdays has to become a platform as one planet. It's not anymore, this is what I keep on saying, you do whatever you do, has to become an international organization. What is the strategy? Is not one life. This is what exactly the whole discussion I brought up on the table. This platform is set up to set a strategy to be one nation. You do it by praise of the soul. You do it by understanding of the elevation of the soul. You understand how it can be done. You can deliver changing the policies in different ways through the understanding of work of the soul. There's no problem. People have to learn this is a new way. But we don't see it. We don't see coherent operation between all the Keshe Foundation groups. And this is the job of these teachings on Tuesdays, to be there, to make one nation. We have to be open to be criticized, and we have to be open to know where we go wrong. And we have to take the joy when we do right. But Tuesday platforms has to become a point of where, how, the way, and what we achieve to become one nation, and how as one nation we help other people we call black, white, orange, yellow, Chinese, American, God knows whatever. And this is where the problem is. I don't take emotional side with it. I look at what is to be delivered is a huge responsibility. In the next few weeks, where is one nation? What do we have as group of you people meeting 116 times over 2 years that, okay, this is to do with this is person, these are the groups which are working, we have handled with it. Who is responsible for talking to public? Who's responsible? What project do we have in public teaching? Now the governments are asking us, what do you have for us to teach to our public? Tomorrow we open, the Keshe Foundation has a document shown it can change Corona, but who's going to teach it in Chinese? Do you have programs? Do you have a way how do we teach our people to make ganses, then we elevate their souls? There isn't there. This is what we are talking about. This is what it is. And you have 4 weeks. I know the documents. I know what is on the move. I've seen what governments are lining back behind Keshe Foundation. You were with me yesterday morning, 9 o'clock. We received a call. 2 of the top world leaders have signed collaboration. And in that collaboration paper says, Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe has to be in it. It's one man. What happens if I die? The whole thing collapses because there's no organization behind it. You got 4 weeks. 4 weeks to go international. Maybe even less. And what do we have as one nation? What can we offer as one international policy to everyone?
I have a suggestion, Mr. Keshe.
There is no suggestion. I leave it with you to suggest after I leave.
Well, we can just start today, and we say 4 weeks is not a lot of time. I understand what you're saying, and I think Caroline has got us to this point, and now we have to refocus to go international, which I agree with you. So let's.
All we have to do is get organized.
Yes, exactly. That's the purpose I came in.
We have to get organized. We have to establish a command center, a command chain.
Exactly. You have a head of the Keshe Foundation, Ella, that everything has to be communicated to her. She makes the final decision. And then what is our command? What is our strategic teaching? You have United States opening to you for Keshe Foundation in the next few weeks. I tell you something, every American wants to know about what is going to happen. What is the Keshe Foundation? I tell you, because we know what we are doing. What is the strategy? What do we have? Is our teaching? We have so much talent that just gave up because the talents are not used. You have to have, you come with the ganses. What about the soul teaching? This is what it is. This is an addition. If you listen to the Thursday teaching, you will hear things which is going to shock you. I released part of it yesterday to the Iranian Keshe Foundation. Small part of it. Because you are not, people cannot understand. I don't expect that everything goes correct because we are part of a human race. What is our strategy for climate? 80%, maybe 90% of now Corona is transmitted through plants. Nobody knows. You keep a plant at home, you're vulnerable. It's got the amino acid sits on the skin of it. Which part of it do you want me to explain? If I talk, people put bullets in their head. But we are not ready. It's not there. It's no use getting hot-headed. We did, we done. Whatever. But there is no strategy. There is no structure. I referred to this a few weeks ago when I came, and it just went under the carpet. Cannot do anymore. You lay out a strategy, you as a team, and the beauty of it is everybody listens to it. You're on a YouTube. Nobody knows how many, and they download it and say, oh, listen to Keshe Foundation. They're talking about doing this and doing that and breathing. This is not in a chit-chat platform. That's done on other times when you're not in public. You listen to the Thursday teaching. I receive code messages continuously. You don't sit with me. The people who have seen, sit with me. I carry 2 phones next to me, next to my teaching table, and continuously receive confidential information. Which world leader is online? Which minister is online? Government officials from this country are online sitting in such a chat room. Ministers, health ministers. Past 3 weeks, we had more health ministers and officials than anybody else on our teaching. Because they want a solution. And we have no strategy in what we set up as one race, one nation. Otherwise, I have to come here and become dictatorship governing. I teach.
You already have too much on your plate, sir.
No, I don't have it on my plate. I have a lot to do. We
need to take some of that responsibility off your shoulders and start working ourselves.
No, it is the responsibility of Keshe Foundation, One Planet, One Nation, is to have a strategy for coming time, but with a new look, new structure, new wish, new technology. People accept it because it brings a change. Otherwise, it's another web tablet. We're taking a goodbye. We have to use this platform. People come into the understanding of the GANs, then what is going to bring to them? New agriculture, no need for food, and the rest of this is what the Iranian government is setting up for us. They just realized the whole nation has to be taught. Because it's not going to go away, but when we are in it, we all become part of it. And if you don't set up the strategy, but if you don't understand it, yeah, they will come and set the strategy, and the whole caboodle of past thousands of years will come back in. They just use my name. And none of you is there that Mr. Keshe didn't say that. And this is what you got to set up. This is what the job of this One Planet, One Nation, One Race is.
Should I speak with Ella, sir? I have a 7-tier level system that I think would work as one planet.
You have, that's your suggestion, your idea. Bring it into the platform here and discuss it. Not to Ella. Ella is there to listen and advise.
Okay.
It is here. You set up groups here, and your idea should not be the totality. Let's see what others have to say. So yes. This is what it is. You have health, you have water, you have economical situation. 26 million Americans have lost job in past 6 weeks. And another 80 million are on the payroll by the bless of the government, that when it goes, we start a new war, we sell more weapons, and then everything's going to be okay. 40 million Americans working in weapon technology has not been laid off yet, with the hope of a bigger war when the war is finished, when the corona is over. This is the time when you strategize what's going to be with this 40 million. The same in Europe. The opening the countries, doesn't matter how many we die, at least we generate some money that people can move. In many European nations, the opening doesn't matter. And now we hear in England, children coming with new corona. hospitals, with the countries which have opened up with the blindness of corona are getting filled up. The second generation of corona is coming in. And the only strategy is left, something new. Vaccination cannot do. And you have the solution. I don't get sentimental. I'm very practical. And I'm very quiet. I keep quiet. When I see things out of hand, I still keep quiet till the time is right. And I sit in many meetings, continuously on telephone calls. I start consulting the head of Keshe Foundation's both in China and outside with Ella, continuously about the evolution of the position coming in. And try to explain to all of you, change of game has started. We need a strategy. We need one nation, one planet, one race to be the deliverer, to be there to deliver. What is our strategy? Or you want me to come and say, yes, Mr. Keshe, yes, Mr. Keshe, and that's it. Start governing. First your soul, and through your soul, start governing the humanity and this planet. And don't let one person to take control of everything. You haven't seen any of my sons in the Keshe Foundation that they become like Mr. Wong Tong or anybody that they take over. There is no inheritance in my life. It's you who inherited, and it's you who's going to decide for the future of human race. No one, be it however.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
You said we have 2 weeks. Could you, in my understanding, in order to reorganize and reposition the team, is basically we need to set objectives and create a framework like also the gentleman said. And I know, but I'm gonna say something, it's important. What we learn in this platform is the co-creation and interaction of us. We're simple people. And now we're going to the next level. But we have, in order to be efficient in the way how you would like, because you're under pressure by the interaction at the different level
I'm
that
not
you
under
are.
no. Don't get me wrong. I'm not under any pressure. What? No.
Because you want a result, and that's the pressure that
No, exactly, you're wrong. I don't want a result. Nobody wants a result.
But you
are not ready.
Basically,
no, you are not ready for the Keshe Foundation, not you. Keshe Foundation is not ready to move, has all the apparatuses, it has all the facilities to move into deliver the last or the next step of creating the world peace, creating the use of the technology which we have, which is unique, to bring mankind to a new next step. And it had to be done in these groups.
I agree, that's why you said we have 2 weeks. Yeah, but if we have 2 weeks
put
to
it this
create
way.
a plan and set the framework. But my point is, like, the team, when we work together, we do stuff in an efficient way. And my point is, okay, we have 2 weeks, and then we can set the new framework and the way, the objectives and the way how we're gonna interact in the public, and maybe we have meetings in private just to, you know, we have a time crunch to come up with a new platform.
Exactly.
But my point, I would love, because how we co-create together, we can create something and then interact with you, and you can give us your opinion, and we can restructure to make more efficient, and we have a strategy when we are in public, and we have another way of working ahead for objectives that they're still not in the need, but we are trying to solve because we have the private classes that the team of the private classes can be working, and objectives that come into the one nation, one race. Because this, well, my point of view is like now you have governance that take decision for the people. This is the souls taking decision and supporting and creating what this planet needs. Something that is new, and what we've been doing, I have to be honest, this is like baby steps. Now we know the challenge, we need to start to do different, but what we have done, we learn with hands-on what happened in the field. And if we're gonna be in a framework working with other people far away, we know because we've been there, we've done that, and we learn how to troubleshoot and the difficulties that people are having. So everything is good. Everything is being a learning experience from the soul level. But now, what my point is like, this is a platform to say, okay, guys, we're in public. We have to bring solutions so people can really see what we do in the capacity, potentiality we can bring to this planet. Okay, yeah, I got it. We have to be more, formal in a way, but humans and soul solutions in another way, because that simplicity is what brings the integrity and the truth into the table with solutions. But we have to also interact with the other nations and become one nation, thinking and working from the soul level. But right now we have 2 weeks and we have to implement a new way of operating. And I just want to say, this has been a learning experience. We're ready to the challenge. We can do it, but it takes a little bit of, like, say, okay, we have 2 weeks. Now we have to do in how many days, come up with a first idea, and then how many times we're going to retouch and reorganize, and so we can find the best of the best at this moment and change it as long as.
Yes, but yeah, I agree with that. But there's one thing you have to understand in the background. Don't let anyone dictate to you as a team. When you set up these teams, don't let nobody, you put a group and don't let it be hijacked by somebody or one group. This, because we've seen this even in Iran. The situation is very simple. You have built a solid base of friendship, understanding how it works. Now you have to change this. This is what I came here for. This friendship has to change into universal, one planet friendship. And we don't have it. We don't have it. It's not there. I don't come here to hurt no one. I come here to make you aware of what's going on, and it's not acceptable. Because it's not acceptable. Because, put it this way, up to now, you practiced whatever you did. I warned a few weeks ago, I said this situation, this platform has to become a public platform. And I left and I listened to the teaching. There are 2 teachings I always listen to. One is Thursdays and one is Tuesdays. Because it's important to understand a lot of things. When you're in it, you're not aware of it. I listened to the Farsi teaching, which I do recently with Dr. Hussein, because I have to understand what sits, what is missed in the communication. And there is a big problem on Thursdays, on Tuesdays. And on Tuesday is, we are supposed to be one planet. What is the strategy? It's not there. You spend till 2, 3 o'clock elevating. All that we understand. But one planet doesn't need one government. It needs for the souls to work as one government. It's the new way. It's not anymore kingship and leaders and head off.
But that's
it's collectively making it. And
Mr. Keshe, we learn how to identify when we communicate at the soul level. This is exactly what we've been learning. We know when
So
things are
you
right. And
learn, listen, it's very simple. You learned as a group, as a people who are here and other part of the Keshe Foundation you can bring in. We can ask people on Thursday teaching to join this Tuesday teaching to bring the facility, the knowledge to create the condition of peace and the platform for world governance through the people. So your headache is going to be bigger next week if I announce it on Thursday. They haven't been in these teachings.
so
They
repeat
haven't
that,
been in
please,
these meetings.
to me. So you're saying that how we can create a platform that the people can govern. Could you say that again?
In a way, yes. Learn how to govern themselves, how to become one nation.
Okay,
You
so
have
that
different
means
languages. You have different races. Which one of you going to be responsible for the animal world? Which one of you in this group is going to be responsible for the plant world? Which one of in this group you set up, anyone has taken responsibility for the creatures which are here amongst us? How many times I warned you?
so.
But
What you're doing a brainstorm because we don't have the window yet to understand and comprehend our field of the operation and interaction of this technology.
Exactly. It's not a brainstorm. It's putting you in a track. Guys, you don't have more time. No more chit-chat.
I understand it, but it takes this kind of conversation to set the framework in order to create the new
This
way.
is exactly why I came here today, to make that, to set that framework. This is what I said, and a lot of you don't understand. I speak a very clear English with a full understanding of the word I say. I told you, the time for chit-chat is over. Is not here become granny. Because if you don't understand English, you take it by the word. It means you become part of friends and that's it. We keep the circle. That's it. We just have our chit-chat. It's not that anymore. There's a very big problem in the way I speak English and understand English and the way non-English speaking things to understand and interpret. And it's very simple. You know, if I tell you you're a bastard, in English, you know, I have a father. But in English, when you say you're a bastard, it means you have no ethics. You have no scruples. So which one is it? When I speak, you take it as a bastard or you take it that you have no ethics? Oh, well, I have a father. The guy is crazy. He doesn't know what he speaks about.
Well, I learned this
you
lesson.
Learned, but we got too many people here. They most probably haven't learned.
I have to. Okay, so.
Yeah. Let me explain. I
love what you said, and I understand sometimes your communication and the way how you say it is taken in a way, and almost like instead of empowered to make this change, it's almost like you want to run. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say that, but no. When you start to tell me all this, how to understand the technology and application from a different perspective in how we interact, you know, in one planet, I get my passion back and I say, yeah, I understand this. I'm born to do this. But this is the kind of co-creation, communication that in fragile subjects, we have to talk from the heart and
yes,
to
but the thing is, the problem,
a language that can get
yes.
People can get touchy.
Listen, if I'm gonna work on people being touchy, I become a lizard. Yeah, I don't do that. There is no time for that. There is no understanding for that. The whole structure is the time has come. We work so hard.
No, I know.
The structure has to go down. Yes.
We understand. I think it's very productive if we focus, like you said, we can like you said, in terms of the animals, the plants, the environment, you know, people, institutions, because there are all these levels, and right now the governments, they're wasting money, wrong political decisions. They don't even understand that they need to modify the agriculture and the production and how the animals are supported in order to provide continue the food supply. It's a completely, if we've been messing around in this one nation, one planet, the governments and of this planet, they've been doing worse because people are dying, the food costs increase, and people are corrupted and taking advantage. I see corruption from left to right. And when I work from the soul, with this impeccability of our actions, our intentions, this is the place where we're gonna bring hope and like straight, you know, the path of this planet and the people, because innocents are at the hands of the corruption and the greed, and I'm tired of that.
You see, let me.
But I never knew that I could do this at the level of impact the planet, and I'm sure that's why we've been learning and understanding the language of the soul and how we can assist the planet and the people. But you know, if our voice in our soul communication is so powerful, I'm on it, because it's time to stand, like you said, in my case, it's the last woman stand. But now we're gonna do the stand of all together to try to pull it out from this situation, because the decision of this president, if you guys are listening, is pathetic. All these people are making a lot of money, and people are dying and slaves in this planet and suffering. It's pathetic, and we're gonna change it.
You see,
and
the position which I came in today, if you go back on the recordings, you will hear a few weeks ago, I tried to give a kickstart and it just went back in again. And today I came in because I heard a lot of things and I thought, people are dying and talk is about the breathing. What has he brought as a universal council, as one planet, one nation, to alleviate these pains for people, the death for people? How come in different parts of the world we have come to this point? But we see things, we set up structures, and if you notice something very strange, the governments, the most powerful governments in the world, when they want to bring the governments on the control of Gates' organization, the leading people in the government gets infected, and the last minute they get saved. Have you seen the pattern? Be it the Prime Minister of England, being Prime Minister of Russia, be it the leadership in China, be it the European and the Canadian Prime Ministers and the rest of it. Means somebody is controlling something in the background. Means Keshe Foundation needs to break through this barrier, through the soul, through the understanding of the new technology, to understanding and introducing new technologies, to be in a position to deliver a new race. In a Thursday teaching, I will open something very radical. The people who are in the varsity teaching behind, they send me a message, Mr. Keshe, you have changed the game. You will understand tomorrow on Thursday what we open up on the platform. And we know from today which world leaders are going to be online. They could manage, block, and do everything else with the Keshe Foundation. The only thing they thought that could get away with was their soul. And we have reached and touched their souls. They had no weapon for it. There is no way they find themselves immune for it. As one guy said, we thought we escaped from Corona, but this time you've gone beyond it. You got into our soul. When you are in the middle of a teaching and you know that one of the most powerful world leaders online, they don't call you off teaching to speak to you private and tell you, we understand. We understand what is going on, and you're back to the end. Because nobody can do this. And you think it's easy? The thing is, all sides of Keshe Foundation has to be in harmony together and work as one structure. And this is what I went back to again and again, 2 or 3 times today. We teach on Thursday, we lay out, we lay out the pattern, the teaching, the knowledge. Wednesdays, Rick promotes the physical side, the making side, the people who are interested in that part. Some of you are not interested. You're interested in souls or whatever. You go on Mondays. But Tuesday teaching is a platform for where and how the Keshe Foundation is setting up its strategy. And it's not there. It's hollow. And I'm here, I won last time, and today I put my foot in, and I told the head of the Keshe Foundation, come in and be there. Because the change for running this planet, running the change, bringing the change, has to come from you lot. You are part of it. You are in it. You had enough time to collaborate, consolidate, or whatever you like, as a team of 30, 50, 100 in different groups to set up the seed, for the change. And this is why I came here. I became detached from this emotion of Keshe Foundation a long time ago. To me, everything of it has to be within the feeling of the Creator. Human emotion is there. I suffer with it. But I understand the time has come for a change. The things which you will see in the coming time is nothing compared to what we had up to now. The minute we open the doors, the minute we come, what we took from Belgian government is peanuts. Am I going to take all of it? Or do we have a strategy set by you who are going to benefit by your children, have set up the strategy to follow what we set up? And it's not there. And you get upset when I tell you it's not there. It's not my problem. In fact, it's your problem that you should have noticed we call it one planet. What have we done to make one planet? We want to be one race. Just because we chat, the Brazilians come and others. What have we raised? What have we set up a strategy to change the race relationship within the Keshe Foundation? And this is why I came in. You didn't understand. I breathe the air, could have been bred by 10 blacks, the Chinese and the Americans and the South Africans and the rest of it. I share their emotion with me. It becomes part of my soul. So we are all connected in that, where the Keshe Foundation have not understood. And then you get emotion, we done everything. You know something? One person doesn't count. One nation doesn't count. The whole of race of mankind, plus the animals, all together had to be at peace. And 27 million years and beginning of the establishment of life on this planet, everything has gone wrong. We have a choice. We have the knowledge. This is what I explained yesterday teaching in the Iranian teaching. Science and ethics have become one. Use the ethic to reach the science or use the science to reach the ethic. Either way, it tells you everything on this planet is wrong. And we have a chance to do it. We have a choice to do it. For the first time, we can overcome viruses. For the first time, we can reach to our own inner being. Now, how can we deliver it to the others? Do we need mechanical system, chairman, chief executive? Or we set up the structural understanding of the technology and the science of the new world science that we can change the humanity? The man, the fisherman in the middle of the sea has not heard about the Keshe Foundation, but he has to feel the beauty of his knowledge. Well, that's what I said. When we send the Iranian soldiers to give gas to the American soldiers in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, that's where you reach it. And this is not there. How many Keshe Foundation supporters are dying in Mexico? How many? We have no fatality up to now, as far as I know, maybe one or two if it is, except declarescence from own stupidity and payment of his own debts to humanity. 5 weeks, you can imagine every breath you take, you know there is a solution, but I'm too ashamed to call upon it. Ten breaths a minute. 100 breaths an hour, 200 breaths an hour for how many weeks, how many days? For 35 days? You think it didn't pass his brain? This is what I said, he committed suicide because he knew he has no solution. When any of us die, we announce it that everyone knows, especially some of you. You see what happened to Sandor or the rest. We celebrated his life, whatever we could do. Doesn't mean we are all going to stay alive because we have access to the Keshe Foundation knowledge and technology, but we praise his soul. We gave, the man died who brought so much rubbish. They were hiding that nobody knows that he's dead. It's a shameful dying. Shameless of their own doing. And human race, with what you know, should not be in that position. And this is what I came here to say. You breathe the air from every living thing. You're already total of their races, total of their nation, in one house. And you all get upset that we did everything. Doesn't count. You didn't do what is supposed to be done. You were supposed to have a party, but this party had to have many people. When they come, they knew the rules of it. The fact is, sometimes facing the fact is harsh. But this is what it is. It's not saving one life or somebody's father or somebody's. I do that like a water in past, since beginning of the Iranian and before that with the Chinese, doesn't stop in hundreds. When you speak to Dr. Asadi of Iran, he says, I get 600, 1,000 saving calls a day. I just don't know how to answer anymore. But he does. He's given up his surgery, helping humanity. The same with Dr. Barapur. The same with the others in the team. They receive, we are dealing with 70 million people in Iran, plus their families outside. When they get corona, they come to the Keshe Foundation in Iran. How come we have that? And Italians are dying in more than Iranians and Americans. We have nothing. Where is wrong? What is wrong? Where the Keshe Foundation team in One Planet, One Nation is not there, that people come to it. There is a problem. 70 billion people. With that, we get so much calls and support. We are there. 1 billion, nothing is happening. There is something wrong in our structure. And this is why I came here. What is your strategy? You come to the office, you're the Minister of the Health, you know the new technology. How are you going to implement it? And don't forget, every time is against you. Pharmaceuticals don't want to know you. Bill Gates is your biggest enemy. And half of the world government leaders have been paid heavily in their banks to support the injections. And everything has to be according to the World Health Organization, which Bill Gates has brought his own boss, put in there, and all the rubbish. 35 million paid today, the next day, immediately, Corona becomes pandemic, because he decided with 35 million. So what is your position? None of you have been given an office. None of you have a title. None of you stand here. None of you has a head position. What do you do as Keshe Foundation? One world, one planet, one race to bring to what you say. This is what I came here to do. And you're one race because you all breathe each other's exhaust, as I call it. In a way, we are back to back, pipe to each other. You inhale, you exhale, I inhale, you exhale, the other one breathes. And then we are racist, we are prejudiced, we have different souls. In all the teachings, have I told you, if you see your soul, you see this soul is the soul of a black man or a white man or a Chinese. So you took it as an insult. You thought I came here to do. No, I came to show you there is a weakness in the structure and it has to be corrected. Doesn't matter how you personally feel, it doesn't count. 7 billion people are suffering. If one person feeling is more important than 7 billion, there is something wrong somewhere. There is definitely something wrong somewhere. And don't use my name to justify your lies and justify what Mr. Keshe said. Mr. Keshe says it's recorded. Don't twist and turn things. Do it in what you understand from the teaching. Do what you understand from what you felt from the teaching, and that's your word. And change this position of Tuesdays has to change. You don't have time. Unless we shut it. We stay only Thursdays and Wednesdays. If we set up this organization, this setup, those who attend this to come to be have to understand there is a path to follow. There is a responsibility to deliver to humanity, to this planet, to what we've done. There's most probably another chance to change the situation on this planet for thousands of years, maybe millions of years. And you just happen to be in a time when the Keshe Foundation is here, and you happen to be in the time of Corona. Read what is said in the Old Testament. When the plague came, it was the time of Messiah. Aren't we in the plague, the biggest plague mankind has ever seen? Does he have to be one Messiah, or are collectively the Messiah? Our collective soul has to do that job. And this is what I don't see. And I told you, not under my time, not under my watch. You read whatever you heard in the Old Testaments, what they say in the time of coming of the promised one, the Moses, what he said is going to happen in Christianity and Islam. Aren't you in it? Or you're blind to it? Haven't you all been taught? And how many times I told you we are all messiahs? Now, collectively, we are responsible for the human race.
Mr. Keshe, it's hard to admit that we're the Messiah. And it's like, I think that if people really understood it correctly, even Jesus was trying to teach it. He said, everything I've done, you can do times 1,000 if you only believe. He was trying, and then look at his teaching bastardized to worship him as the only Messiah. And it's something that, like, I've been thinking the whole time you've been talking, is that the frustration you have is internalized with me. I've known that I'm potential Messiah. I am the Messiah since before I heard you speak. And what so many people, don't like to hear, and they make a mockery of you saying it, is that really the reason I started listening to you, because I've always known that I'm the Messiah. I have the potential. And the way your brother and the Mojan idea and the emotion is that we eventually do have to believe and know that the wish is the command. And I know you're right. And you have tough love, and I love it.
No, but the reality is we have to collectively reach the humanity.
Well, we have to make all the world leaders know that they have the potential. They are the Messiah too. If a world leader decides that, their potential, if they know that.
Is that the responsibility of you as a group to make sure that happens?
Well, that was the original intention behind the group, yes.
What happened? You lost track.
Right.
So we are here to put it back on the track. And it's time. We don't have much time. 3 world leaders have changed. Let me explain to you what is the position. I explained this in other teaching. One of the world leading religious leaders has decided in the past few days that the Messiah has arrived. And is setting the scene up for the announcement and for coming out with it. How long will it take? Nobody knows. But the problem will come when one world religious leader says yes, and the others have to fight it out or they accept it. The corona has set inside the religious leaders too. This is what you will see very soon. But this time, the Messiah is not the whole totality. It's the understanding of the change of time. And what is important to all of us, what is important to most of us, is very simple. So this is what it is. I sit back, I watch, I explain a lot of things, but at the end of the day, I have connected to all of your souls. If you need that, even the dog agrees. If you need that, you can tap into it. You're not alone. And the whole structure of understanding is this. That you have to, at this moment of time, set a structure for humanity through your understanding of the physical life and the soul of the man. And through the knowledge seekers who understand this, set the structure that the other 6.8 billion understand on top of what you understand, and bring the change. Present technology uses computer and uses mobile phone. I have shown you a better system, more efficient system than even a mankind through your soul. Dial the number, reach the soul. But this time when you call, all the souls know. And this is what you have not understood. You can dial individual numbers if you want. As the gentleman said, you concentrate on American leader and you get him. Believe you me, if 10 of you knowledge seekers concentrate, Trump will resign tomorrow morning. But do we need a resignation of world leader tomorrow? So your judgment has to be correct.
Mr. Keshe, what I see, there are so many, everybody, mostly a high percentage of people in office, they need a lot of elevation from the soul in order to take the right decisions to you know, to bring the functioning of the countries into the right path. And like you said, sir?
What did you say?
I said that most of the people working in the offices of the different countries on the planet, they are supposed to be elevated because the decisions they're taking, they are not oriented, they are not good solutions.
You know, people have done a lot of revolutions getting on the streets. Yeah. Mankind, what you've been taught, you don't need to get on the street. You've proven it. You do the revolution through your souls. But collectively, understanding the change. And if the change is justified, they will come. Not just because you think of it has to be because it doesn't suit your mentality is necessarily correct. And this is what I came here for. And I got you sentimental, yes, hooray, we have a leader, this happened. No, I came here to set the whole lot Keshe Foundation on its walking march. You know, it's just like army sitting, having a camp. Now it's time, not for war, not for exercise, it's time to get fit. It's time to bring the resources, what you have, to change. One man, soul of one man, for 2,000 years has changed the whole structure of this planet. Now it's an army of you. And your knowledge and the level of soul you carry is higher than him. Because he couldn't speak about the knowledge. Now you can, you have the freedom. That time they crucified him 3 times, he would have talked about the soul. So you are much better off than Christ. And you have more freedom than him, you have more understanding than him, and it's collectively a lot of you. And this is what I came here for. Pull your act together, understand what you're doing. No, we make an offices, you want to make somebody to send a letter, do you want me to give you a computer, or do you want to use your soul? Why do you think the teachings has come to this point? Why are we here? And this is what I came here for. I didn't come here to insult no one. If you take it as insult, it's your problem. I came here to set the new, or not the new, the way it was supposed to go. It got mixed up with human emotions and everything else which goes with the humans. We don't have that time anymore. Sorry, the bell has been rung. Yeah. You got 2 choices. You know what it means in the English language when you say the last bell, huh? You die in the grave, or you get out and live. You choose. Or you become the guy sitting around the grave waiting for if the bell is going to ring. Which way? What is your choice? And the dead is in the grave, in Corona and the humanity altogether. So go back and try to understand why I came here to what I said. It wasn't mistake. Had the moment, knowledge seekers, we see that here. They went to save another life. The whole family got hit by it. They're still suffering, but they're still here. They're still there to serve humanity. Just because we sat and we prayed and we gave soul, these people put their lives on it. I spoke to the Keshe Foundation team in Iran. We have, you see it maybe on Thursday, a new suit has been developed for Keshe Foundation, Corona, and in the future medical application. It's a beautiful suit. And they said, okay, how are we gonna know that the suit is gonna work? I said, it's very simple. You know, all your Keshe Foundation team, every day, one of you gets hit. So it's easy, just wait to see who comes up and put him in the clothes. Then we know if the clothes works or not. And then they wrote back, on average, every 5 days, one of us gets a corona from infections we go around the governments and the offices. So it's very easy. Somebody next 2 or 3 days will come down. Keshe Foundation team in Iran, none of you stood what they stood. They walk around 24 hours a day. They work for the foundation with one difference. There is always a doctor present with them. You don't have it. You don't understand these things. We have a Keshe Foundation team. You see them, you hear them. There is a doctor 24 hours a day with the Keshe Foundation team in Iran. Because they get infected so much that we had to. You is meaningless. But that's a fact. We have a doctor following 24 hours a day, living, sleeping with the Keshe Foundation team, because out of nowhere they come home and they're dead. And when even the doctor cannot help, they go critical. We had one last week, and the doctor said next step is death. They called me, Mr. Keshe, he's gone critical. He even threw the towel away. He was vomiting green from his stomach. The doctor said, the consulting doctor outside said, this is next step before death. I said, give it to me, 5 minutes. What do we have? Within 5 minutes, I instructed them. Half an hour later, the guy is back on the line and he says, Mr. Keshe, I said, you're nearly dying. He said, well, the way you know what you're doing, I'm back. It's okay, it's gone. We have doctors following our Keshe Foundation Iranian team 24 hours a day. He lives and sleeps with them because he's been instructed they have to be protected. You haven't been there. You haven't seen it. Something very strange happened in the Keshe Foundation team, which we kept quiet. Everybody in the team was getting corona except Mrs. Mohammadi. All the Keshe Foundation support team, management team were going down the flights every day. I was batting for their lives, except one lady. And he raised a question to me, why? And she's in contact with all of them 24 hours a day. Isn't she immune before she comes in? I know what is happening inside the foundation. I keep a very close eye on everything. And I'm training the two heads of the foundation to be open in that level. I give them so much love. I give them so much care that they can take care of humanity. And that love goes to all of you. If I didn't care, I don't come here and make a change. I want you to make a change, to bring a change to the new knowledge. not papers and office works and telephone calls and administration. 2 days ago, the Keshe Foundation team was one of the most powerful teams in Iran that I don't know, they were in battles in this meeting. And I just sent them a message. I can read you the message. I sent them the message to step down, and I didn't know that in the meeting. Nothing was told to me. I said, being aggressive does not reach you anywhere. Try to be calm that you get your way by logic. And without me knowledge, they received this message from me while they were arguing. They said it was nearly becoming a hand and fist fight with these scientists. We read, and we said, how did Mr. Keshe know this? They said, okay, we'll leave. We don't need anything. And the whole caboodle with the government officials changed. They said, what do you want? They said, we wanted this and this. You can have it tomorrow, it'll be done. They said, we don't know how you knew we are in this. I said, I feel I don't need to be in prison. I knew there is a problem. And they never even told me that in such a meeting. I can bring the head of the Keshe Foundation to explain to you. He says, it was just the message coming in that, and it was shocking how you knew we are there and we need to do this, and just exactly happened. You don't need the means of communication. You have trained enough your souls, your wishes, your whatever. Try to understand those. Try to set up implication and application through that knowledge. Let the world leaders, let the governments, let the people see how do they do it. You make a team for agriculture, you make a team for Corona, for Brazil. Who's responsible for Brazil? How do we support the soul? How we strengthen it? Who are the key people in Brazil we need to reach their soul? Change the game. And when you come here, it says, this is the policy for this government, this is what we decided, this is going to happen. Remember, in a few days' time, in a few weeks' time, it comes as, how did they know without any proof? Where is the proof? You've proven it. You don't need to prove anymore. Your wish for a peace and the world peace has come. You signed the World Peace Treaty 3 years ago, and it's been implemented. What else do you want? You write with a pen of your soul. You need to announce your decision of your soul. Learn it. I have strategies how to do. Those strategies is perfect for a human being with a policy up to now. What is the new policy? What is the new strategy with what we know with the power of the soul? How can we mix the two? How can we add to it? Now we come to that point. This is what I came here for. And I don't, usually whenever you throw water on a fire, the first is a lot of steam and a lot of puff and puff. And then the fire settles. And then you understand there shouldn't be that position. The understanding of the totality counts. And you had enough time to practice. And this is what I came here. No more chit chat, no more talk. World leaders come to listen to you. The strategists come here to listen to you. No stomach hand and no kiss and cuddle and do this and that. Yeah, there is some chit chat. You can't be all the time on top of it. But the focus is world peace. The focus is one nation. The focus is through the new knowledge. Use of the GANs, use of the strength of the soul of the man, which is built on GANs, which is our body. There is no pen, there is no university outside, there is no political party beyond the atmosphere of this planet. If, I always said, it's very interesting, if you could ever think about it. I used to do this for fun when I was younger. I used to own a helicopter. And I used to ask my pilot, just go up and hold. They used to tell me, you're crazy, Mr. Keshe. I said, just go up and hold. Don't do anything. I want to hold position for 2 hours. And one day I explained to one of the friends who was with me on board, I said, you see how many nations we change just standing still? 1,000 meters from the ground, we change nation, we don't need to move. The earth moves 1,600 kilometers underneath you. If you know how geographically to not hold position in respect to earth, but position in the space, you change nationality, no law acceptable. One day you're on England, next day you're on France, and an hour later you're on Spain. You hold position. You go to Luxembourg and then end up in Germany. Half a kilometer from above this planet's surface, there is no law. If you ever get to my position in the wealth to could be able to do this, do it. And then you realize how feeble mankind is. The best one to do is in English Channel. Stand still, go on a certain attitude, get your insurances covered. It doesn't matter where you sit, just put on hold, not geographic hold, but on hold on blade. And you see France will come up, and then you see the other country will come up, and you have a license to fly. You go on the hold position. There is no law. 100 meters above this planet, no law counts. How come our soul, 1.5 meters from this planet, has agreed the condition of this planet? We need to set a new law of the soul, the way it works. You've seen it work. You wish for a peace, you got a peace. I wanted the change of Bill Gates. I knew if he comes out of the Microsoft, we're going to get him. Stupid guy, he did, because just 2 hours. You were there, Universal Council members, in that meeting when I explained why and how. I didn't touch his ear. I pushed his soul, and the soul took, and the physicality took action. The same, if you look, did the same with the King of Belgium. I said to him, I go, you go. I left, a few months later, a daughter appeared, he had to appear. Now he's a civilian, and for being a criminal, registered criminal, now we can get him. I don't need to do anything else. I know the power of the soul. When you set up these groups, when you are, see what's the strength of it. I'm connected to plants. I can feel that you're responsible for plants. I can feel the animals. Your soul is responsible to help the animals. Who can do what can be done? There is no officers, there is no secretaries, there is no president. How many times I've told you, you will recognize a member of Universal Council by the brightness of their soul, not their physicality. When you see the head of the Keshe Foundation, you know her by her beauty, the soul she carries, both of them. You don't need to know. Your soul should be the same. Because if you understand it, you walk that way, you reach the soul of the man. You don't change the man. It's him to do the change. If I would have attacked Bill Gates, but I brought him from position of power. He has lost his power because he used to be the head of Microsoft. He could bring all the networks down. Now he has no power. Zilch. And if you heard, the Iranians, the Chinese, the Russians have brought their own network. Let it bring down. European and the West, Europe will be paralyzed. Not the Russian, not the Iran, not the Chinese. They have set up their own communication. Very soon, you will see the Zoom from Keshe Foundation will change to the Iranian Zoom, more secure. Nobody can tamper, nobody can record, nobody can touch. Anybody wants to come to Iranian Zoom has to go through us. It's not like here they come and sit in the background and listen to what they want to do. There is no more promotion by proxy anymore. You have that power with the soul. You have to understand what you carry. You played enough, as I said, in the sandbox. Now it's time to get up, especially you as a group, especially you as in soul group, and here what I call, as Caroline says, the granny group. You had enough time in the sandbox. It's time to move into action. And if you don't do, as I said, we have a very good saying in English, we'll get you there with kick and cry. It doesn't make any difference. Change it. You got 2 or 3 weeks. Structure it. When somebody comes in these chat rooms on Tuesdays, they know is dealing with people who are there to bring the one nation, one planet, one race to reality, not with a cup of coffee and the hands on the stomach, but with policy, the strength of understanding to the point of accuracy. If they come and says, oh, they make a bunch of wishes, come darling. You got a broken heart. You got a mental disease. We're not going to cure you, but we elevate you. Maybe you understand why you have it. Then it's your job to cure yourself. This granny club, I call it, everybody knows I call, this team has a core of 19, 20, I call it granny club. You gathered enough, you did enough if you're grannies, but none of you should become a leader. Nobody can lead. It cannot become Caroline's workshop or what's her name or anybody else. It has to become Keshe Foundation, there to bring the whole mankind into the new position. As I told you, I've never brought my children to become second in line, that become second children of the Mehdi or whatever. It finishes with me. Who I created, who I slept with, who I fed with, who I did whatever with, does not count. With me finishes, and it starts with you, all of you together. Because it's the soul of humanity, and that's what it counts. Thank you very much. I hope you understood. I hope you understand what is on the plate, what is to be done. And there should not be one person, one group, one bunch of people hijacking the teachings, hijacking other things that then they can influence through their own things. Collectively, as a soul of one nation, you work together, you bring it, you understand who is change, you understood your wish and you achieved it. Now, make those who are strong in certain ways responsible for it. Change governments, bring governments, bring people in governments who are there to support humanity just by talk. Change the position of souls that serves mankind. In the future, you will not vote by ballots. In the future, you vote by your soul. Exercise it from now. That's all it is. And if you want me to go and tell you we close it down because you don't know, you haven't done, no, you've done a lot. Learn from it, understand it, and bring the new ethos in. Peace, unity, tranquility, and at the same time, acceptance by totality. Let them move in a position that they can accept, not you pushing there because it suits you. Then, maybe then we reach world peace. Let's see. And I hope I made myself clear. And I hope when the world leaders come here to understand their fear, what you might have decided for their destiny, they come here to hear their destiny by the good wishes and the good soul of mankind. In a way, let the world leaders come here, understand what is the judgment for their position. If you become strong enough to understand what it means, and then change it. And this is why I set up this one planet, one nation, one race as a group to be here this way. World leaders, those are the decision makers, come in and say, what decision have they made for my nation, for my people? Am I going to be part of it? Is my soul to be there to elevate it or bring it in? And then you understand. This is how this Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers, one planet, one nation, one race has to become. If you wish and you brought peace, and they say it's been implemented, they should have fear of what is your next wish. Every man have food, every man have shelter. I'm the head of a nation, how am I going to do it? Now you understand your position. They come here with a hope and guidance, and that's how we govern, not by punishment. They serve their own punishment if they've done wrong. Any questions?
Yo.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We did have a hand up. Fernando had his hand up. Do you want to speak, Fernando? I think you took your hand back down.
Yes, Mr. Keshe. Gracias, Rick.
Hi, we hear you.
Thank you, Rick.
Do you need a translator? Or are you already doing that, Alberto? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I am. Adelante, Fernando.
Gracias a todos. Any question, Mr. Keshe? Una pregunta.
Adelante.
Usted mencionó que nosotros podemos, todos los buscadores de conocimiento.
Un momento. Mr. Keshe, you have mentioned that all of us knowledge seekers, adelante,
podemos ayudar a todas las personas con el CO2 sink.
Okay. That we can help all people with the zigans of CO2. Adelante.
Esto está comprobado y yo quiero agradecerle porque lo hemos entendido.
This has been confirmed, and I want to thank you because we have understood.
Yo tengo plasma de CO2 zinc ahora. Y
I have plasma of CO2 zinc right now. Adelante. Fernando. I think we have lost Fernando. ¿Me escucha, Fernando? Oh, Rick, we have lost Fernando.
Okay. Well, Fernando, let us know when you're able to speak again there. I see your microphone was open. It still is, but we're not able to hear you at all.
Rick, hi, it's Dean from the UK. Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, Dean.
Mr. Keshe, can we, a group of us, position our souls anywhere on this planet to change things? Do we need to do that? Do we need to position ourselves, or we just stay where we are?
How we become like the Stonehenge? Do you have to be in a certain position to create?
No, I know the souls
Really?
connect. I know the souls connect.
Not really, you don't need to be.
Yeah.
In a way, do you need to have a telephone in a certain position that you can listen to it because it's in China or is it in somewhere else?
No. So the power of the soul, we're going to be communicating between us. We're going to be communicating across this planet and changing the ethos of the planet through our thoughts and intentions.
Depends if you understand it that way.
I feel it that way. So if one of us feels something, do we all feel it?
Depends if you're connected to that feeling. When you fall in love, do you want everybody else fall in love with what you fell in love with?
No, but that's the situation
Exactly,
that you said with the coat, where you only show it to certain people, don't you?
Depends, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to be off. I have to go. I hope you understood. And I hope we start taking the steps to do what we came here for. And sorry for some of you with a bit about hard in what is put in, what is the reality. As I said, we cannot change if we stick to just what we want and we think is what we have is the right thing. It has to be. The time has come to change, and it's all of us have to accept it, not just some of us to suit us. And in this cycle, there is no leadership. Nobody hijacks or become. And this is something which you have to learn as lot. Otherwise, you create another leaders, and then they become kings, and then become dictators. And we structured the Keshe Foundation that never become any of these. Thank you very much. And I hope I brought a new dimension light for the Keshe Foundation to follow from on to start governing. I told you a long time ago, a few months ago, we start governing. Now the governance comes in your hand. You make a decision collectively for evolution and the development of the soul of the man, that with it will change the mankind. Physicality hasn't worked. It created arms, complex, and everything else. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, we're up at 4 hours here now, and Carolina, do you have something you would like to say?
Say again, Rick, please.
Is there
I
anything?
have the bell ringing.
Oh, okay. The bell of truth is ringing in the background here. And the motorcycle of truth too.
Just 1 second. There you go. You're gonna enjoy this one. We have the noise, I'm sorry. It started, but I thought it would stop, but it carries on.
It's the hourly one, and it's a long one. So I'm wondering whether we should finish today's teaching, or would you like to carry on for a while? Should we ponder what's been brought forward, or should we try to act on it, or what's the next? What's the plan?
Rick, if possible, yes, I'd like that.
Would
I have a few suggestions.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Let people come forward to see what they think and feel about this all.
I think we should find a way to get the Iranian group or other groups in here. If we have to copy a model, let's create a model to copy and then see how we can create structures in here.
You don't copy models. You do an analysis, what is being working, what is not being working.
Yes.
And we have to set goals. You have 2 weeks to come up with a new model that you need to allocate a space to be public and a space to be private, which I think we have already the classes that could be part of the assignments, people developing things for what the planet needs. And we've been working with a structure, but we didn't have, how you call it, compass. Now we have a need. The planet needs the technology. So there is no leaders, like he said, and what we learned from working with Caroline and with the classes, when we are connected at this soul level and talking at language of the technology and applications, we come up with solutions. So my first point is to understand the impeccability of working from the soul. We have a mission, we have to set goals and a methodology of how to work with what we learn, but implement it with efficiency, because one thing is the space of public, and that's what Mr. Keshe said, say, hey guys, I need you show the technology how you guys work, but we've been going what was going on, the coronavirus, learning about this, and it was a learning process. But now,
Estella,
we know. Yeah.
May I? We have tested. We have done a test run, and Stefania is here. She can elaborate on that. I have explained to Stefania, and most probably a lot of you were there when I explained it. I said Italy was explained to us, to me and Mr. Keshe, when we were in Brescia, that Italy is literally existing and a composition of non-Italians. They are from all over the world as Italians living in Italy, but they don't carry the same field strength. So it was very hard for Stefania to get them all coming together, working together, and to spread the knowledge. So with me explaining that to Stefania, I said, we as knowledge seekers and council members, why don't we go and join the other language platform groups? And she calls them in, whoever can be there will be there. But you don't even need to interfere nor teach. It's their platform in their language, but they do the effort to translate for you, as is happening very beautiful in Brazil. Now, with that understanding is we bring, because of all the other language members, council members, knowledge seekers coming from all over the planet, to come and be present, like in the Italian presentation, you are present with your soul. That was like an exercise, and she said, we noticed the change. Now,
I understand
this kind of strategy, we can carry out by, if we know there is a teaching platform, by just wishing through our wish to be present, to support those souls which have that platform teaching, they feel it, they have our presence. So with the United States, it's more or less the same. They are from all over the planet, but in truth, they are not, or it's a very minute amount of people which are Native Americans. So it's just to give you an idea, our presence depends on our purpose, where we want to and where we can serve to through our soul.
Yeah, exactly, because this has been happening spontaneous. So people, the soul kind of give the direction to certain people to start to attend the Portuguese class, and just with the presence, it's a big support. And I understand that, but what I'm seeing, what we need to do is be as efficient and set goals, what we want to, like you just said, this is a way of, of participation at the soul level, and from the language. But what I understood from Mr. Keshe is setting the framework, because this is one nation, one global, and we are the bridge. We are the reaching out through the soul level, or through the information that the people need, or the governments, to reach out. And that's why it's almost having a set of 2 books. We have a lot of pages to organize and try to even structure the way how we have for our meeting, like we say, okay, let's work on this. What's the next on the list? And then we are structuring a way so we are, you know what I mean. So that kind of framework, I think it's important to set and see if the private classes we can, work to set the other level, like he talked about the animals, the production, or the environment, cleaning of the cities, take the models of, Iran, and see which information we can gather, how we can reach out and spread that information when little cities or towns or people want to clean the environment, you have a reference, and we can assist at that level. That's what I got from Mr. Keshe, debrief from today. So.
I believe that, this is Alberto from Oregon in the United States. I believe that the basic structure that we need to organize our efforts as a governmental hierarchy is already in place. We have the Universal Council, we have the Universal Support Council. What we need to do, I believe, is set what would be considered in the military a chain of command. For example, we need to have each Universal Council member be in charge of his own country, and to assign a leader in each. For example, the countries in Europe, they are small compared to the United States. And the United States would need a local council member in each state to control, because there's a lot of states in the United States that are as big as a European country. Some are even larger. So we would need people to report to people, so that one person is not overtaxed with all the burden of all the work of everything, because that's not possible. We have to follow a command structure so that what needs to be done gets done, and there is one person organizing it, and that person reports to the next level up, and he says, we've got this and this in place and it's working. And that person needs to report then up to the Universal Council member. And then he reports up to Ella, who is in charge of the KF. Now, it does not have to be the person itself. Ella can designate a secretary to be in charge of this whole structure, so that her secretary would give to her a summary, because Ella's hands are full right now. I'm sure that she has a lot of work going on. So she would designate a representative of her, and that person would report directly to Ella. And each Universal Council member would have the option to do the same. Designate a secretary to represent him or her in the Universal Council governmental system.
You bring in a model that this group is like the brain, the one soul. It's a result of all these souls, that there is no one above or below. We are all a team. And
Estela,
like
Estela,
we
just
all
one
work
second.
together.
Just 1 second, please. We already have that in place because you have forgotten to mention our Universal Council support members.
Yes,
They are
exactly.
there to serve the council members, or to
Yes.
support. Serve is the wrong word, sorry. What you just explained is you have to understand that each language can have a Universal Council member representative. So people have to step up and apply to come into that, to work on soul level, to represent their community, their language. Even the native small groups can bring a Universal Council member forward. We
Yes.
have been calling up for a lot of Universal Council support members. It doesn't matter if you can take 20, if you can take 2, or you can take 10 per language, it doesn't matter. The more support we are getting in, the more the councils can distribute their and facilitate the languages easier. So it's the council which then goes to Ella with what they have come to the decision, and they should bring it back to this platform today. So they have been growing as well. So
And it's going to
everybody
keep on growing. This is
yeah,
going to
of
be
course.
an immense workforce. This is going to be thousands of people, and we all have to work together. We all have to have, work in small groups, reporting to one person. He is going to be in charge of that small group, and then these small groups of supervisors are going to report to another person, to one who is going to. We have to do it this way. This is the way that works in corporations. We have to imitate working models.
I don't think reporting should be part of the program, because there is no reporting. Why should we report for another person? Because we do.
When we're reporting, when I say reporting, I'm talking about who needs what where. At the lowest level, we're going to have people in charge of teachers. We're going to have people in charge of people who are making the Ganses. We're going to have people in charge of those who are organizing the transportation. There will be 3 different sets of transportation. We can have people who will actually do the driving, who are willing to go drive an hour or 2 to take the Gans, whoever needs it. We can have somebody who will be in charge of organizing the transportation through couriers, if there are couriers available who are willing to do this for almost nothing or even volunteer work. We have to have somebody in charge of organizing, and I'm talking about the little group in a little town. We have to have somebody in charge of mailing packages. So right there, you have 3 separate sections of one division, which is getting the GANs to the people who need it, and so on. And so we're going to have people in charge of those things, and then one overseer. And then that overseer is going to have 4 or 5 divisions he has to to inspect. He has to inspect. He has to know who is making the ganses, who is available to making the ganses in his area. He has to know who is willing to transport them. He has to know who is willing to donate so that the people who are producing the ganses from their homes can have the raw materials to continue GANS production. We can also have, if we get enough donations, we can get someone to rent an area, to rent a building to make ganses in mass production. We can do this in several places. It's not going to happen everywhere. But we need people at very low levels, and then they report to the next higher up. And like I said, all the way up to Ella's representative, whoever she, and if her representative, she feels that representative is not doing a good job, then she can either support her so that she can do a good job, or she can replace her with somebody else who will be more in Ella's line of thought. And each Universal Council member can do the same thing.
But this
and those of us,
this is not right, because what's happening in Iran, we have a telegram system, yes? We don't have anybody on top of another one. People do the work and they come and share. If there is any problem someplace, they share and they take care of it. So we don't go because something happening someplace and go, okay, this person put another one. Although we watch,
may be a better system.
But we watching each other. So if you want to create a hierarchy, it's going to become the same government. Because
Sorry, can you repeat again what you just said? Sorry.
Yes, that's very good. Asa, we need that system that you just mentioned, please.
For example, say in New York, we have a telegram system, yes? In
No,
New York,
if you see how things is being working now, it's work from the soul. People appear because there is a synchronicity with the universe and people are helping people. That's been happening naturally. And with implementation of the what's it called, the Telegram, there is a platform, people sharing and people hear something and they connect to another person. So it's happening spontaneously. And that's the beautiful part of the human with the soul connection. When you work at the corporate level, it's like you I send you the email, I call you, that's not gonna work.
You see, when we work at the soul level, I give you, I want to give you an example, but I'm going to go over what's happening in Iran and what we can do here. Say, for example, I give you an example in New York, yes? We have a created telegram for New York. And then people in New York state, they come and join, yes? So people start do things at the locations they are. And then they find out for themselves who has the strengths of what is doing. They start working. So as they do that, they come and share the information, what they do on a telegram. So nobody is in charge of anybody else. But at the same time, when they lack someplace, they come and report it. So everybody sees that. So nobody is no hiding from anybody. So something, for example, what has happened in Iran, there's some people weren't doing their job. So we found out because everybody was in the group. So we collectively know it. You don't have to put somebody in charge of this group. Now you don't do your job very good. Now you're not going to be there. Now we remove you. We're going to put somebody else. It's not going to happen. Because
that's not how we work, Azar.
What is Mrs. Mohadani's role?
We are working with volunteers. People offer with their expertise and they come on the table and they explain what their expertise is, and then they take the strategy on their experience and they work it out themselves, because we can only work on trust. We don't need to delegate nobody. They come in and they take their job for the purpose for it to serve. And this is how we've been working, as Azar is trying to explain, in the Universal Council and in the Universal Council support. We always work from that. There is no hierarchy among us.
We may need to establish some.
It works only. It only works if people step forward and take the load on their shoulders for what they are and best, what they do and what they love to do. But
yes.
nobody can say you have to do this, this has to be done, that has to go there. If you're employed and you receive wages for it, that's fine. But the Keshe Foundation so far has always started working from, I am here, this is what I can do, and this is what I can give. And that comes
Yes.
on the table. And it works
Yes.
so beautiful because they do it with their heart.
Well, yes, you see, in the corporate world, you have money as an incentive. Here, we have people who are dying who need our help. We have the greatest incentive of all. People will volunteer. People will rush to help others. When this gets, and this is going to get bad, when it gets worse and worse, we will have many volunteers who will be working from the soul. Now, what I'd like to see is a Mrs. Mohadani in each country and each state, someone who will step up and say, I can do this, I will do it, I will help.
Just 1 second, please.
You mentioned Mrs. Mohammadi.
Yes.
Mrs. Mohammadi is out of Keshe Foundation totally.
Oh.
She should not be listened to or acted upon any of her instructions.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You see what I was saying is this, because we were working in a Telegram and everybody is sharing. Whoever is not doing their job is going to be found out soon. So it's nothing to, so there's no hierarchy. You see, that's what happened with Mrs. Mohammadi. So it wasn't something that, you know, you go and allocate someone for something and then you go supervise. There's no supervision. And at the same time, Ella is not something a government that all of us going to go to her, because we have to do our own job.
Yes. Yes, that's
Mrs.
why.
Ms. Mohammadi has left the Keshe Foundation she walked out before we could catch her what she was up to. It's another Dirk fluorescent
I'm
job.
sorry to hear that.
We are sorry as well, but we were aware of it. We kept it very quiet, but it's well announced and executed in the Keshe Foundation and Iranian Farsi channels.
Well,
she came from the same breed as infiltration by the Belgians. And that's why she came so high. They brought her in, and we caught her just in time. And she was fully exposed last night in the Persian teaching.
Mrs. Mohammadi wasn't in charge. So what has happened when she left, our organization didn't fall apart. If we had one person in charge, then everything would fall apart. Everybody was doing their job, but they were on Telegram. That's what happened. So we had an impact.
Yes, yes, but we do need to get organized, you see. We do need to get organized.
That's why.
Let me explain. The Keshe Foundation has become a company in Iran, and Yusuf, who is part of the Keshe Foundation internet, what they call it, team with Stanley, he become the person in charge of the Keshe Foundation company as a director. A team has been set up by 2 doctors, and the people who've been appointed agreed with the Iranian government. The appointment of the new company in Iran is by approval of this Iranian, leadership. We just haven't set up a company. The Foundation has allocated 3 members, and the Iranian government has appointed 2 members in the board of directors, even though 100% owned by the Keshe Foundation. Because as part of, you're very open about it, that nobody comes back and says, oh, the Iranian group, we are not. We work, and the government has facilitated a lot of things for us. And the new board of the company, which monitored the rest of the operation, everything you've seen is we appointed, it's a 5-member board, 2, and the golden key vote stays with the Iranian leadership, with His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. Because there are technologies which will be developed, which can be sensitive, and they have a veto right not to be disclosed for a certain time outside Iran. And that's the only thing. They don't control anything. The golden key only sits, we carry 100% shares. The golden key only sits, like even Americans or the Russians, certain sensitive information technologies which we develop, they have a golden say for how long. There's a limitation on time that then we can disclose. We have the same arrangement with the Chinese. It's not something just with the Iranians. Because we use the resources and they always exercise the golden keys known what we can disclose in some sensitive information technology for a given time. So this has to be very, very clear that later on doesn't become we are Iranian. We are not. We've made the same agreement with the Chinese. We have the same agreement with the Iranians. Most probably we make the same agreement with the American administration somewhere down the line, as in so many ways we do with other countries, because we are involved on the edge of science. There are a lot of things, sciences we do, you can't even imagine when we tell you what we can do. And so this has got to be made very clear. Mrs. Mohammadi, whenever, it's alarm to all of you, this is what I explained to the heads of the Keshe Foundation the same. Whenever you see somebody coming with such a fast rise inside the Keshe Foundation, 99.9% with our experience in the past 10 years, 15 years, is implanted and a fake setup. And you have to be aware, because it's your foundation, it's your work, not to get pulled by small talk and a short skirts, as we call it. And be very, very careful. And we were aware, immediately came out, a couple of members of the Keshe Foundation management team raised the alarm. We were aware of it. Ella had a feeling about it. Caroline had a feeling about it. We had a feeling about it because it wasn't so clear. So we put a parameter around damage limitation if it falls, and we were right. And at the peak of the need for Iran, support for Corona, she called everybody out to collapse the Keshe Foundation and show a failure in Keshe Foundation, but we didn't do. Because we already set up a parallel, we were catching it, she left. And last night, we released her own emblem with her writing, instructing everybody to abandon Keshe Foundation that it collapses. And thousands of lives would have been lost. And they do. You've seen it what Dirk did, we've seen it with others. So you have to be vigilant. We were aware she was implanted because she came out of nowhere. And the beauty of it is, as you've seen, I explained to the Iranian community last night, because it created a lot of mayhem. I left it for a couple of weeks for it to settle down. And we explained last night, very simple. If you look, they study you. They study the operation of the Keshe Foundation and see which one of you sits in a position of power or has or people respect. And then they buy them out, or they force them, or they come in actually as an agent to do it. And they studied us, they saw us. We have Ella as the head of the Keshe Foundation, Jamila as head of the manufacturing, Lynn as the Chinese head, Caroline being there, and a number of women being in a prominent position in the Keshe Foundation. They chose a woman to penetrate the Iranian, that it can collapse inside Iran. And we became alert very quickly. 3 months ago, the alarm was raised. But we always keep on the right side. And 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks before, we had a red light, government officials red light, came for security red light. Then we started packing it, watching it, and where she thought she can damage, she actually fell through. She's gone. Where she'll be, we don't know. Even the place she stayed, using the Keshe Foundation supporters' love and care, they don't want her to be where she is. Because they realize you don't leave a nation in time of need, your nation or any humanity, to collapse it, that more people die. You understand? And this is exactly what happened, and we released our own writing, and cases closed. Iranian understood we were infiltrated, but we watched it. In the Keshe Foundation in the future, where you see such a rapid rise, see who does it. I call this the Jewish politic. If you were in 1970s, 80s, Jews after establishment of Israel wanted to show they have everything, that they control everything. So they use people like Barbara Streisand. If you see her, you don't want to even listen to her and The Voice. So they used to bring Jewish singers, and the Jewish lobby used to buy 100,000 of records. She used to come up, and they used to keep that way, the Jewish lobby policy. So out of nowhere, you get singers who don't even deserve to be singers, became singers. They don't the same with the politician. We know this. So we've been watching it and we crossed it. If you go back in the history of Keshe Foundation, past 4 or 5 years, we had a number of people overnight, you saw they disappeared. A number of people like this.
Well, I've been around you since 2009.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, yes.
So this as the knowledge seekers, you always have to be aware of this. We look innocent, but we are well educated.
Right, we will need some kind of organizational structure with someone with the abilities of Jamila or John in Arizona. Someone who can understand the logistics of
the logistics,
what goes
I
where.
think, is a collectiveness of people we have in Keshe Foundation, because enthusiasm at this level doesn't count. Understanding and effectiveness counts, and looking at things in a what called a strategic way. And Jamila is not in that sense. She's good in what she does as a head of the manufacturing. You need somebody who is worldwide wise, or at least part of. The way we chose the members of the Earth Council. If you look, the members of the Earth Council has been chosen in a specific way. They have to be of a nation, but lived in another nation. And we proved it when we chose a Dutch lady to be the European Counselor, Earth Council from Holland. And she failed because she started becoming prejudiced to her position in Europe. But if you look at like Dr. Paris, he sits in Dubai outside Iran, but he is responsible for the Asian continent. You see it with other people. You see with Dr. Rodriguez from North America, he's a Mexican, but he sits in America. They understand the mixture of cultures and understanding of the lines. So the people you choose have to be of that caliber, who understand, not just because you see them in so many ways, but in expertise they carry in position. Be there and to set up structures. Otherwise, most of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers are called national understanding. So you need a much bigger focus. People like Dr. Hassan, others, brother, is somebody who has a scope in that way. But if he has time to be. And there are a few other people in the Keshe Foundation who are of that caliber. The rest are national levels. And so you have to understand the bigger picture. It's not very easy to position to fulfill, but you have to put a mixture of cultures, at least understand 2 languages, 2 cultures, that collectively you can intermingle.
People of that caliber are usually very busy people. They will need a designated representative as a secretary or something like that.
No, the Keshe Foundation followers always have time because they have changed their position. Within the Keshe Foundation, those who are in that caliber, they find a place to do it, to serve. You have to have somebody who understands cultures, mixed policies. Single nationalities is very difficult. It brings prejudices. You're planning for a process that you can reach world leaders and understanding of it. You have to understand people who are not politically minded, but globally understand the position.
We don't have much time to organize.
You have Alex in Canada. I think is one good reference point for you. You have what do you call it? Hassan in that position. You just, but collectively you learn. You all have to learn very quickly. This is what happened, if you remember last year, when we set up the global, and then it was an upheaval by the Portuguese Universal Council member. Now we are not businessmen, because you have to learn for this time when it comes, how to interact with governments, how to sit with them, how to negotiate with them. And we saw the outcome of it. But choose it and they'll come up. You will be enlightened. Whenever you need help, go to your soul, you receive the guidance. It's so simple if you understand it.
That is very true, yes.
Doesn't mean to be expert, but when it comes, the time is there, the answer will be there, and it'll be, even if you do wrong, you do it with the sincerity for enlightenment of the mankind, it'll become the right way. Don't have a fear of failure. Have a fear of what you have not done, you should have done. Souls always accommodate. It's not policy. So you can never fail.
I just want to see the GANs being produced everywhere and being distributed as they're needed.
Oh, there are different ways to do it. You'll find a way to structure it to govern. This is the whole purpose of today. Structure to govern, that through your understanding how to govern, you can support the Earth Council and the Universal Council, make their life easier because you've done all the work.
Thank you. Here's Ursula, who's Universal Council Spanish. I'm so happy to hear you, Alberto. Finally, I hope really you come into our Knowledge Seekers workshop every Monday and Wednesday. Your help is needed. Your ability to speak English so beautiful. Please come in because it's needed. Yes, there was a huge
we can't hear.
We can't. Yeah, Ursula, you need to get closer to the microphone or something. Thank you, Carolina.
Little complaint, but your presence, Alberto, is needed.
We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I will write it.
Okay.
You need to activate your microphone. You're not talking into the right microphone.
I heard you, Ursula. Muchas gracias.
Bueno,
por allí me verá.
Bueno,
ayer se me olvidó.
De Puerto Rico, ¿sí?
Sí.
Bueno,
ayer se me olvidó. Yo iba a ir a la reunión. Sorry about that.
No, okay. We are waiting for you, yes? All welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Stefania, you have your hand up?
Yeah, it was basically it's already been done. I just wanted to know Haza if it was explaining how the Iranian team was working. It was very interesting to see how the Iranian team was working. She was explaining, so that's why I raised my hands for that reason. Sorry. Yeah. Because I really liked when she said about that all together. So if I understood correctly, all together, so someone does something and they communicate it together, and then in this way, because they keep this collectiveness of communication, they can then be quite fast to find solutions. So this is my understanding of what Azar said. Yeah, thank you so much.
No, I want to say something. You know, when here in Louisiana, they had that.
Azar, just a second, please. Is it my phone? But it's like everybody has gone down. I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit louder, but I don't know why, but it's like you sound like the other side of the planet, which you are.
Yeah,
but I cannot.
some audio thing happening. I'm not sure. Can you hear me okay right now, or how is that?
I can hear you and I can hear Stefania perfect. That's why I was
Can you
wondering. No.
No?
I usually always shout, so maybe that's why you hear me perfectly.
That came through loud and clear.
I'm a good shouter too, but
no, it's just because I wondered if it was me because it happened with Ursula. Now it happens with you. I don't know. Just asking if you could get closer to the microphone.
Okay, let me see me get closer to microphone. I don't know.
That's better. It's
okay,
better now.
So
Thanks.
In Louisiana, you see, when we talk about not having hierarchy, because we want to have we create a new platform of how human works together. You know, when the Louisiana thing happened, the flood happened and everything, they had about 200, 300 buses, school buses. And these people were waiting for paperwork, to get the paperwork to come and take the buses and go put people in the buses and save people. So they were waiting for the hierarchy. Somebody comes and signs it, somebody do this. The way we handle the humanity now, the way it should be, when we allow everybody works the way the mind and the spirit work, when something happens, you let everybody work the best way. Nobody wait for another signature. So that's how we're supposed to work. So if we create that hierarchy, then we disable humanity in a big way. So we have to, so people, something happens. Say, imagine in my neighborhood, something happened, a flood happened. I'm sitting here, nobody else knows what's going on. If I'm having a boss sitting in another city, I'm sitting here waiting for orders. But then I use my mind. What am I supposed to do with 5 people here standing here and they're gonna die? So I will help them. I don't wait for paperwork or somebody tells me what to do. So this is the thing that we're gonna bring to the table. And this is, you know, one of the things I had an experience. Actually, this experience was an amazing experience for me because I didn't understand it in the beginning, but then I understood it later. I went to some place, I signed up for something. That program, they told me I have to be there 1 in the morning to go in line. So what I did, I went 4 in the morning and it was a huge line in front of me. So, and then we were standing there, suddenly some volunteer came and says, oh, it shouldn't be a line right here. So everybody rushed to the front. Suddenly there was a huge crowd standing there, they were all women. And everybody was talking about this is an unorganized thing, and then they should have done a better job. They should have give us a number, this and that. And then when later on, when the head of that organization came and talked, he said something was very interesting. He said, look, if we had created that old model of giving everybody the name, give you timing and everything, none of you talk to each other. Because what has happened in that crowd that people came to the front, everybody started to talk, everybody become friendly, everybody started to come with a solution. But if all of us had a line and number and everything, nobody would have talked. Everybody is staying like a zombie in a line. But this thing, we have to be very mindful of what we're doing. Are we cutting people's soul off or really letting them grow? Which one we're doing? For example, in the chat, we created 5, 6 Telegram. I see a lot of people talking, but I always went when it was necessary. I don't go mingle in other people's life, what they're doing, what they say. You just allow people do their job. As simple as that. If you see something, you just go do it. That's what we create that platform, the platform where we give liberation to people to bring out what they have inside of them. Because their mother, their father, the parents, the school, the teacher always put them down. Now, for us to let them come in and share the solution with us, that's our job now. You understand it, we have to do it.
Yes, I like that. But somehow we must keep track of who's going where and who's making what.
No, we don't have to.
Do you agree?
No, we don't have to track anything because it's going to work out. Because the soul, you know, like a magnet, Mr. Keshe shows, there is no mistake in it.
So the thing is, Azar and others, what if I'm, for example, I'm a government representative. I'm coming into the group now and I'm trying to understand what the Keshe Foundation can offer the, government of, just Canada, let's say, from the Keshe Foundation. And you're going to say, well, we offer from our soul and that's the way we operate. And
No.
that's it. That's all you can give me for a structure.
Right now we have a structure. Even if somebody from Canada comes says we need help, one of us can go and do it. We don't say we do it for our soul. So
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. Let's say I'm the Minister of Digital Government for Canada, and I want to know what it is that Keshe, I'm coming into this group. This is the world, organization. I want to know what this organization can do to help Canada. I'm not here to help myself. It's not me that's got it, a bug or anything or a problem. It's the entire country. And what can you do to offer the country? And you can say, well, we have one representative that can send out some GANs to you. That's not the way to approach that, right?
No, that's correct. The whole setup of the Universal Council is as follows, that we invite those people into our meetings. So they are facing the whole team, and because we work as a team, as council members, the advice and the solution comes on the table. If then we need to get the support, then it goes to the Universal Council support members to support that minister with that topic, in which the support councils are magnificent in what they will come up with. So it's a delegation of trusting that the ones which will take the task will do the task. That's why Mr. Keshe keeps on saying, no high order, nobody is higher or lower than anyone else. We are all equal. But that's why we work as teams. That's why the council is there to consult. And one thing with what Azar just brought up is why, maybe Azar, you can bring it onto the table for the Iranians to think about it. What Mr. Keshe was saying, the passport. And we will face another challenge, which will be the banknotes, money. The cash coin can come to life. So all those things can go as an integration into where we can start. Iranian team seems to be the one which will have the head start because they have the government already with them. We are just waiting for the rest to come on board, but those are to stop this mayhem. People have to get passport and identity check. These are all the advices we can give as an example how it can work, because we sit as teams in our meetings and we talk about all these things. And that schedule has already been set up. Who will take care of what part, in a way, because they love to do it, not because they are being delegated to do it. Everyone comes as a part. I want to be that piece of that wheel in that rotating piece. So I know that the core team, we can always call upon the core team too. Sometimes we forget, but the core team is such a powerful entity to support all of you on soul level. And then we can even bring the Earth Councils on the table. It depends in which area you can involve your Earth Council member. These layers have already been set out. The only thing is, we don't want to work with a structure which is already existing. We can only guide the structure which is there to implement how the Keshe Foundation ethos can integrate through the work of Mr. Keshe.
Carolina, I, as a Universal Member Support member, as a Universal Council Support member, I need to know my resources. I'm going to be asked for help. I need to know who is making Ganses, who can take them there, who can take it to the post office. I need to know these things. How am I going to do that?
You have your platform, your Spanish platform. That's where you go collectively in your community, because you represent that language, That is where you create your collection point, the same as Azar works for the Farsi. Now the English language, very funny, has started in the last 3-4 weeks. Now this starts coming into rotation. That's what I mentioned when we opened up, for the members to come in to get organized. If you want a beautiful working teamwork, go to Rafael, go to the Brazilian team and ask them, because Rafael speaks fluent English. Go to one of their meetings. It's Friday evening at 12 o'clock European time. A lot of knowledge seekers are present there, and they enjoy because they are so respectful to one another. They are so kind to one another, and they help each other. But at the same time, they have really created a core team of volunteers, and it keeps on growing. That's where you're going to get your resources, or an example how to do it.
And I also believe that when we are in these groups, a little bit less chit chat and more business, eh?
Where are you located?
I'm in Oregon.
Oh, you're in Oregon.
Oregon, United States.
So we have a telegram about American Corona. Are you part of that?
Yes, I am.
Ursula is calling up for more dynamic in her team. So whoever speaks or is Spanish speaking, or maybe the Spanish can help and translate if other speaking languages, because I know Ursula manages 3 or 4 different languages. It can be supported. You can even ask your questions to the Spanish. It will be going like a back and forth. Sometimes you need to let the souls to speak for you to know what is bothering them.
What bothers me sometimes is unnecessary chit chat. That bothers me.
What is unnecessary?
I don't want to expand on that.
Well, let me give you an example. I'm that government official I was just talking about, and I've heard all this chit chat for the last 20 minutes, but I don't know what I can really connect with. Where's the literature that explains your program or how you operate or how we connect with the government and so on through this channel right here, the One Nation broadcast, not through other groups and other side groups and so on, because this is the place, as Mr. Keshe said, where the government officials are listening. And this is where we have to put on that professional edge and show our work, basically, or show what we're capable of doing and how we work together and how we operate and how we can be of service to governments around the world at any time when they connect, which could be at any moment, perhaps this moment right now. So what I'm suggesting is we have to change the format of this and not have it a in-house kind of chit-chat thing amongst the people that know each other and all this kind of thing, but actually offering a program to the world that is listening to us right now and having that ready to go as a product, basically, something that they have to have some physicality to get their hands on, something they can rely on, probably something to read or look at, or so they can talk to their other parts of the government and have the policies. And Mr. Keshe talked about policies and strategies and the implications of this technology. So we don't need to, they're not interested really in the nuts and bolts of it. They need to know about the big picture. As governments work with the big picture, and then they delegate out to the smaller and smaller circles, is the way that we need to as well, in a way.
Somebody asked what is
Hello. If you don't mind, I'd like to say something. I've been waiting to say something for a while. If you don't mind.
Not at all.
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
For the last 40 minutes, I've been listening, and all I'm hearing is hierarchy, who must I report to, this, that, and that. What Mr. Keshe said has got nothing to do with that. That you must throw out straight away. Secondly, we're supposed to be sitting there discussing what we're going to be doing, who's going to be working for the animals, who's going to be working for the people, who's going to be doing this, that, and that. None of you have started to discuss that yet. You're all speaking about little nitty-gritty things that is not relevant to this group at the moment. This group, as Mr. Keshe said, is for us to all come together, decide how we're going to get through to the governments what the new government thing is going to be for everyone equally on this planet.
That is why we could use what has worked with Iran and use this to move.
No. Listen, I'm not finished. If you don't mind, I'm not finished. Because everyone's jumping in all the time, and some of us are sitting there just listening, and we don't get a chance to speak, because the same people are speaking all the time. We must all come together and work together. Firstly, now, if you think logically, what is the main thing people want at this present moment in time? Besides being able to get over the virus, what is the main thing everyone in this world needs first of all? They need
shelter,
stability.
food.
They need stability. They need money. They need a lot of things for the animals, for everything. So we have to think that way. We have to think that way now. We only got 2 weeks, but everyone's speaking about all different things. Get on the same wavelength, and then we can do it. It's very easy. Like Mr. Keshe said, 10 of us get together, 12 of us with ourselves, and we can get them to do anything we want them to do. Every government official will do what we want them to do for the whole planet.
Can I say something then?
Yeah.
I think, Rick, we're going to have to start a new chapter on Wikipedia beside the wish list. How are we going to get organized? Rick knows the way of the platform. You also have the emails from the council members, which are on our website. So you can get in touch with your Universal Council representative. The support councils are also known.
Carolina might be a good idea. Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, and we have worked already on some example of organizations, and we have some drafted proposal. We can maybe share next meeting that what we keep, what we change. I have been listening to what was said, and it's true that we should not set up a hierarchy or power of anyone, and we have to set up something very flexible, very equal for every being, human or whatever, animals, etc. So I think what is existing already in Iran is the operational side, which is very efficient and very close to really we used to say end customer, end user, which is the people. So in the platform on Tuesday, my point of view maybe might be a presentation like we are like the government at the bracket, the government is talking, and we propose and we communicate the strategy for globally, the strategy for nations. Some nations might be urgent emergency, another may be second level, and what is the strategy for people, for animals, for transportation, for money, whatever. We have to fine tune that. And what is the operational side, like as I said, the structure of communication, which is Telegram, which is so far Telegram, which this is what we are using so far. We experience that on different countries. I know, for example, just we did not talk about that. So, example, France, we set up, we have the global Corona French as all the countries, I think, and we have set up a group by cities, one in Paris, one in different countries, in South, in the West, etc., with volunteers. And these volunteers, the group of volunteers, they are already with ganses waiting to have emergency call. So we duplicate the Iran operational way. Now, is it working or not? It's another point. If people are aware that they can come, if people believe that, if people are listening, if people are teachable, so this is another dimension. But what I wanted to say is Tuesday could be and maybe should be a global government discussion or statement done with decision coming from Universal Council, Universal Support, and all the team, global team, core team, and Earth Council. And we put that in communication on Tuesday, and with actions and being pragmatic, being efficient, and being listening to people coming in this platform to call for emergency or whatever. So this is my point of view I wanted to share.
So, Jamila, if I understood correctly, we already have 3 countries working on the same blueprint as Iran, which is Iran, number 1, Brazil, number 2, and 3, France. Italy has started, but very slowly. So that is the fourth country coming into play.
Yeah, and correct? I have Morocco with 3 cities set up like that. So I have ganses, a cup of lives and ganses waiting to be given or delivered to people. So it's there, waiting for people to come. So it's small, it's drafted, as I can say, because we had maybe 10 people coming to Casablanca and 5 to Fez, for example, and 1 for Marrakesh. It's just small. I am not talking about that because it's very small, very limited, and people need more communication, more teaching to understand what is coming, what is the knowledge. So that's why I'm saying it's another dimension of problem or issues. But it's not we are not doing anything. It's we are starting. We are trying to move. We are trying to take the most of everything which is good. In Iran, example, in Brazil, example, and yeah, I agree with Mr. Keshe that the global setup, government, and strategy are missing. Even if the operational step, which is on the field, on the country, with interaction with people, is going very well in Iran, and it's a good example, operationally speaking. And if you remember, Caroline, we and the other colleagues here, Universal Council, there are we had some discussion, we had some proposal, we had some structure, we had volunteers among the support and among the councils that wanted to have some stream of what to do, like emergency, what we do with animals, what we do with to help people for shelters and food, etc. So we discussed that. So we can bring back and discuss with all here, all the colleagues here, all the family here in this platform. Maybe could be.
Yes, Jamila, with you bringing this up, we have Dr. Gatwa in the agriculture. We have Dr. Azar in the medical. We have in different, we have Moshfaq in Bangladesh teaching. Even Dr. Gatwa is, has been able to get up to 500 people on one Saturday in one meeting. So the council members are very active. It's just, it can be brought onto this platform. We can share our knowledge from our experience. You have Pete in the Polish, you have Ursula in the Spanish. We are all active as knowledge seekers, physically teaching and with our own experience. So we can pass that on and bring maybe our platform, what we created, what Ella brought forward, and maybe start from there and then see where we can add support members to it and maybe knowledge seekers. What do you think, Jamila?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just, let's share what we have with all the team here, and we will see what is needed to expand, what needs to be changed, and what is missing to be created.
I can add something to this. I mean, this is something that I noticed. You see, when we work in any of these countries, you see, when things happen in Iran, if you want to go to most prestigious hospital, the head of the hospital, they're just like a fat cat. They're not going to accept it. You know, like what's happening if you go even in the United States right now, the most areas that have been neglected are the poor areas. The places that police patrol the street and they go around and make sure everything is okay is high-end area, rich areas. So one of the things is when these places are neglected, actually, if you go to a church, you go to a mosque, or if you go to a hospital, a doctor who has a clinic, and they're so desperate to help the people in the local communities. And then when we go approach them, they're very open to it. So actually we can take this, like for example, you go to some place, they're desperate for it, so you offer them the guns and how to teach them how to make the guns, and you help people with their hunger or surviving from the corona, the arms is open for you. So we can penetrate and with this as well as reaching the governments. And that's one of the things is very successful. That's happening in Iran. Actually, the poor areas are getting help a lot, and they go for it. And it's amazing how they come and ask for it, and they set up everywhere. And there are a lot of people. These are congested areas, so it's kind of like working from bottom up. Because if I want to go to Mount Sinai in New York City, you're just hitting head on the wall. But if I find some place that the doctor is isolated, has no equipment, and he wants to save his patient, my chances is much bigger than going to Mount Sinai Hospital.
We have, this is confirmed because we have seen the same with Dr. Gatwa, we have seen the same with Mosfak. We see that in the less benefited areas, you can penetrate much faster in because they have nothing else.
And because in the hospitals in the developed world, they actually pay the hospitals approximately $35,000 to put someone on a ventilator. And as we know, 9 out of 10 people die that are put on ventilators. So this is where the money's at for the hospitals. Otherwise, if they don't put them on the ventilator, then they don't get the additional funds. They only get like $13,000 for diagnosing that they have pneumonia from covirus. They get paid more by diagnosing for covirus than they do for a regular diagnosis now as well. So
That's
it's
true.
skewed
That's
everything.
true. That's very true. You see, Hassan had a customer, head of the Mount Sinai Hospital was his customer. So since he had all his information, he sent a GANs for the Cup of Life to him with all the information with Wiki and everything, and he sent him an email, but nothing happened from his hospital. I mean, he had a personal relationship with this guy, but nothing that mattered. So it means they're not going to respond to us in that way, but any place else, we might have a better chance.
This is where the governments have to be dealt with and where the strategy comes in to how to, again, if I'm a government employee and I'm listening in on the conversation here, how am I going to be convinced that what the Keshe Foundation is doing is better for, hospitals and patients and outcomes and so on and so forth? I'll need to be convinced of that or have a real necessity for it, an urgency and so on, which they do now. But we'll have a very limited time frame. These government officials, they don't have 10 hours to sit around and listen to these conversations. They have probably 15 minutes and they're at the most, and they're going to make their total assessment of what to be done in regards to the Keshe Foundation and what they have to offer in that 15 minutes. And that if that 15 minutes is us, talking about how good we are at giving at the soul level and so on, they may not go for that. It may not resonate with them. But on the other hand, if we are just talking about one case at a time that we're able to handle and they don't see we're able to do, they're talking about, well, we have 20,000 people that need immediate, immediate treatment. What can you do? What can you provide? Well, we can do 10, but the other 1,000 times more, we're not prepared to do right now. We can, try to get our groups together and try to start making GANs and so on, but it needs to be done on a bigger scale, a bigger level, and a higher level where the decision gets made by a government because they are satisfied with whatever governments get satisfied with, certain criteria, certain strategies, and certain all the bureaucracy that they're familiar with, and it has to sound like something they can get their teeth into. And if it clicks, then they'll go with it, and they'll provide all the they'll make the wheels turn as far as getting things done, as long as we can convince them. But we may have a very limited time frame. We may not have the opportunity to have 4 and 5 hours. Tell them go to this workshop and listen for 4 to 5 hours. No, that's my entire workday as a employee of the government, and that probably is not gonna work.
Louis Pasteur had the same problem over 100 years ago. Louis Pasteur was not a medical doctor, he was a chemist. But he realized that it doesn't work very well when a doctor is performing an autopsy and just wipes his hands clean and then goes and delivers a baby. Half the women were dying because they were being infected with the dirty hands. And Mr. Pasteur, Louis Pasteur, he told everybody, he all the doctors. He went to a conference, medical conference. He explained it. He said, we need to wash our hands. And the doctors were offended. They said, are you insinuating that the healing hands of a medical man are causing illness and disease and death? Out. They kicked him out. So what he did was he got together a group of doctors. He opened up his own hospital. And one of the requirements was you must, if you're going to work here, you're going to wash your hands. And when everybody else was having 50% mortality rate at birthplaces, Luis Pasteur's hospital was having only 3-4% mortality. So this created an awareness within the community that, hey, something's going on over here. Although the doctors at the time were very proud of themselves, just like they are today, sorry, doctors, they had to realize that they were lacking something because 50% of their patients who came to give birth were dying, while only 3 or 4% in Pasteur's hospital were dying. So we need to follow that same model somehow so that people's eyes are opened everywhere. Oh,
Well,
Rick.
it's interesting that Louis Pasteur recanted his germ theory on his deathbed and said that there is no such thing as germs. They're actually generated inside the body. They don't come from outside the body. But that's another story.
Yeah,
and that's where some of the main doctors now are also saying that it's generated inside the body rather than outside. Because they never actually isolated the co-virus and so on. But anyway,
something else I want to ask you about, Rick.
Right now, probably. Go ahead.
Something else I want to ask you about, Rick. Can we make a platform where we can solicit volunteers, volunteer drivers, volunteer GANs makers, volunteer note takers, volunteer call, sort of organize someone in charge of receiving calls, something like this. And then if we could duplicate that platform for every country.
Well, I would think that's part of the Universal Council support people that do the nitty-gritty things of the bidding of the Universal Council.
Okay, we will need a template then.
It's part of organization. It's part of our organization.
Right now we have Corona team.
Yeah.
We have one Telegram. I think for the United States, each state, we should create another Telegram, like Telegram, Oregon, New York.
That's right.
And then, you know, depending on what state you are, right now I put the Keshe America Corona team. Anybody listens to this teaching, they know there is a Telegram exists like that. So if they need help, they go send a text. So if we create each state one Telegram for them, if you're in Oregon, you get the Oregon, we announce it. So every state have the Telegram. So anybody needs help, they put the message there and everybody's close by. We find a ways, and actually people can Telegram and say, I have the GANs. I don't have the card. Somebody comes and pick it from my house, take it to that place. So that way you can create all your platform. So the only thing you have to create this Telegram, and I think the only person who can create this is Stanley, because it has to be with Keshe Foundation. Right now we have Keshe America Corona team, and we should extend it to different levels. So we know.
Well, it is extended to almost every country of the world has its own Corona team.
Yeah, right now the United States, we should create for each state as well. So we can make it more localized.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know if
I think we prefer. I think we prefer to get them first in before we start splitting them up into different districts, because they are already struggling. They only have 30 people yet. It's coming from about 20, and we are pushing very hard to get more and more members in, and then get the volunteers still from in the main group to work in subgroups as volunteers, as is happening everywhere else. Jamila works the same in France. Brazil works the same in France. In Brazil for the Portuguese language. you first have to get them all together and then start going in sections who can take care of what. In the meeting on Sunday night, I put it on the table. I said, start asking your local, we call them Uber drivers, or you know, those taxis you can call private, and these are people who are doing this as an extra job. They're advertising very well. You can download the app, and so you can even follow from where they have to come, how long you have to wait, blah, blah, blah. They're not expensive. You can get them involved because they are personally working for a company, so they can make their own decisions. If they're going that way, you can ask them to give you a call, or you can call them, can you take this on your way? Another point was brought on the table was the truck drivers. They are so kind, those people. They do long distances, and they are always ready to serve for a good purpose. Once you can make them to understand, and you give them a cup, and you give them a spray, for them to stay safe on the road wherever they go through the whole of United States or Canada or anywhere else, they talk. They have this separate way of communicating with one another. It will go like a wildfire. But knowledge seekers have to go and talk to those people. I cannot do it from my end. These are the things you can pick up.
You see,
you involve them personally.
Can I come in? The problem is what the foundation has a problem. And we see it. And this is what I tell you, you have 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And since I've been off the line with the communication we have in the background, maybe even less very soon, is that the mentality of human being today, that if it's in the news, we believe it. It is something. And the Keshe Foundation, up to now, deliberately has been kept out of news, paid and done. In next week, 2 weeks, the way we see it at the moment, this is going to break open. Are you ready for it? And what plans have you made? This is what you can do, whatever. This is what I came, and apparently we are going back again. Which one of you, what expertise you have, come on the table and put it. Run it as a group and run it as a team, all of you. As I said in the Iranian talk, this knowledge is like a carpet, 6,000 square meter carpet or 600 square meter carpet. You need 600 or 6,000 people to keep each corner of it that we can carry it. And what is not happening, we're going back into it, is set up a strategy. How are you going to handle in the next couple of weeks when the news of the knowledge will break through where everybody is hungry for it? How many cups can you produce? Where people can go? What is your strategic point? Organize the Keshe Foundations in each nation to be ready to be able to present in each country, in each language, who is going to be your spokesman. These are the things you have to strategize now very rapidly. In each language, in each country where the Keshe Foundation sits, who is going to be your spokesman? Who is going to confront? We're going to land huge aircrafts with hundreds of Iranian soldiers from Sepah with the latest technology, landing, delivering. How are you going to back it when it says on the side of it, Keshe Foundation logo? We know what we are doing, and that's why I came here. You have to look at the global operation. What are you going to do with the nations? How are you going to present? This is your job. How You're prepared to go to the next steps. How, as a Keshe Foundation US, you're going to sit with the government, negotiating how we run our term, no arms. This is what is the strategy. Peace in exchange for no arms. This is what is it. Do not go into nitty-gritties of what. Look at it globally. This is what you're here for. This is why I came in. And I keep on repeating, all of you participate to lay this thing out. Don't look to create leaders. Look as a collectively how you can lead. Somebody calls you, who can we talk in Spanish in Brazil, in France? What is your strategy? You got to make these leads ready. You have to be ready for what is to come. If you attended the Farsi teaching, we automatically introduce from now on, this gentleman is spoken, and they cannot speak unless it's been agreed how to present it. They just can't go in and excited and paint a wall. This is what it needs to be done now. There won't be time to, the second line of Corona has started killing massively. The new press doesn't even know how to handle it. You do not see what we see coming up. The second line of Corona is killing faster and more people than the first line. This is what I was explaining in the Keshe Foundation top team in China past 2 or 3 days. We have delay in delivery in part for our systems for China, nothing to do with outside. And the company is based inside Wuhan city. Company used to employ 150 people, only 10 people have turned up for work since 7th of April. The rest are dead. The rest are dead. They are not there. They cannot come to work. Factory cannot produce to meet the Chinese order. This is the reality. We see it in other parts of we're working in China, with the same in Iran. Hospitals are losing doctors, except where we go in. What is your strategy to meet with the hospitals? This is what I came here for. And this is what you again going on the sidetrack of 1 and 2 people trying to do. We need for you to understand the importance of the time. Because this is becoming again discussions of whatever. Plan internationally and leave it on those groups you go to how it's going to be done. This is the time when Universal Council members maybe can come in and do some help. Maybe the Earth Councils, but you have to collectively do it yourself. Collectively, what is going to be the strategy of the we decide in Keshe Foundation how we're going to do. But if I come to you and says, who's a representative who can speak in Spanish, we have a newspaper or a news broadcast. What is the position? If they come to you, okay, what is this? Where is the cup? Where can we get the guns? Try to understand what it is. Look at it, open your eyes, look at it as one nation. Globally, how you're going to react. Universal Council members cannot be part of any company or establishment that influences it. It is you as knowledge seekers who are going to set up these structures, start governing. This is why I came here today, and it seems that it's just going back again to the different type in the same track. Those of you who know, take leadership. This is what I'm going to do. The one I can do the others. One person cannot know everything, and it seems to be that way. Open a space, let people come in to show their beauty, what they can expert. Otherwise, you're back on the same track.
Mr. Keshe?
Yeah.
Can I say an example to see if it is what you are saying? For example, very first step is to create communication pack that we can translate very fast to in the languages, and we have different set of communication. One directed to the government.
Jamila, you're part of the top management of the Keshe Foundation. Take charge. You have international experience with your PhD and work in different countries. You have a blessing. I know you suffer with Corona. You're in a lot of pain. That's why I try to not to put pressure on you. But you are one of the most well internationally trained with your expertise working in China, in Japan, and the rest of the world. You're one of the top managements we know in the world. You're very humble, but you're one of the elite managers in the world. I checked everything. You're one of the most elite management team with a good international background. Take position of this and bring it home.
Yes, Mr. Keshe, whatever I am feeling, the most important
you're
now
so
is to
suffering with the Corona so much. You cannot put pressure on you. I know you're affected heavily, but the ideas and the whole thing is that way. Everything, as you said, make brochures. That response is the meaning. I just had a communication with her. Maybe we don't even have 2 weeks.
So, Mr. Keshe, it means that tomorrow we start another meeting and it's time blocking now.
You decide how you do it. Is your problem. Priority now to us, from what we see, is the way the Keshe Foundation is going to break worldwide out with the support of the Iranian government. We received a solid backing from the Iranian government. Nobody can stop this process anymore.
Jamila, then let's go with your template, Universal Council templates. Give us roles and responsibilities. Everybody say their region, and let's get ready for it.
We need to create communication path that we can have a tool to communicate with very fast with our
You got to sit very soon with ministers, government officials. We start a set, we hand it over to you in your government. If they see you incompetent and not capable to do, they just laugh. Or we bring everything and handle at the head office. We cannot deal 150 nations the way it's going to go. Some of you have been in the meetings when we speak to the high-ranking officials. Everybody has been waiting for this, to walk away from the biggest mess ever mankind knew that Belgium has made with the technology. There is, I tell you in advance, there is a warrant to be issued for the arrest of King of Belgium now from what has come through. You see the Americans are trying to sue the Chinese for Corona. Now there are steps taken how much Belgium government has lied to the world and deception with the Keshe Foundation, which has put us in this position. This is what is on the table now. Warrant for the arrest of the king. For being involved in assassination and deception about the technology. This is what you've been fighting for, to have this position. Use it, because governments are going to go whack on you. The governments want it now. There are people who are dying. Is the nation who's suffering. Millions are unemployed. Over 8 million in Italy, 5 million in France. Unemployed. Governments cannot sustain holding. 26 million in the United States. Millions dead in China. And the answer and the solution has been there, except by deception of one man. We don't need to fight. We got to be ready to respond and be ready that we can respond. We have enough Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers around the world that we can deliver. We just need to organize. You have a sea of talent. He knows everything where more or less is in Rick. He's been there from the beginning. You have knowledge seekers who've been around for a long time, can tell you who sits where. A lot of knowledge seekers don't come in because it's a one-man band. They don't want this, nobody has any say. This has to change. Keshe Foundation has to become collective, especially in these Tuesday meetings. You got to understand, I know thousands of people will listen to this recording, and they have to understand Keshe Foundation is in the hand of the people, of the knowledge seekers, not individuals and groups and the others. And you have to decide it. The reality is now start learning. As Jamila is one of the most expert international people we never know in Keshe Foundation. She's very humble. She's one of the most humblest people I ever known. Her international expertise is impeccable, but she never shows. She always goes with a crowd that she doesn't show who she is. Set up, start administrating, start running the Keshe Foundation by the people, for the people, amongst the people, through their soul. Otherwise, we are back into chief executive and chief officers and the rest of the chief and chunks. And this is why I try to come in, in a way, I sit on the edge and I don't let you fall or distract or fall off the track. It has to go the way you decide, but it has to be perfect that we can be answerable to all the nations in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks' time. Press releases, how we can help, how we can start a new education on televisions, that people mass teaching. The key to this technology to reach people is mass teaching with Corona. And because they've seen it, then mass teaching about the whole science of plasma technology and the solar atomic. This is the way you got to handle it. Because they used it to save their lives with it, they walk with it. We are not going to walk away from this Corona for crony years to come. We live with it, we understand it, and more. Set up a structure that we can change the world, science, technology, perception of their own existence, and we can carry on.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
John here. How could we increase the production of the cups 1 and 2?
Why do you need to increase the production of GANs 1 and 2?
Well, if we have to distribute a lot of material...
Then you go into the industrial level, which is done. We produce 30 to 60 liters a day. The system will be shown on Thursday. It's for sale internationally. Already.
Fine, yes, but I'm on the other side of the world practically. If we're going to
Doesn't matter.
wait for the material here, it'll take at least 4 or 5 days.
It doesn't matter how. It is the production, how you can increase the production for everything. Even people who set it up will take you time. To produce large quantities, you need large structure. Government can do it personally. People, public cannot produce on a continuous basis thousands of liters. We are dealing with a moving energy. We call it a virus. It moves, crawls around the ground. It moves in buildings. Next 2 days, 3 days, you will see new technologies will deliver specifically different ways even to change the environment around your house, which we think, we see it works. And in the world, there is no technical standing for it to be done. Needs governments. This is beyond what we call personal situation. We can teach people, make it as much as, but they can protect their homes, public places, offices, banks, roads, everything is infected. People don't understand the scale of it. That's why we are going to the next step. I come back, I have to answer a call from Iran, please.
Yes, hello, can you hear me? This is Stephen from California.
Yes, we hear you good.
Yeah, so try to remember what brought you here in the first instance. How you came to learn, you had the motivation to learn technology, to learn something different, to something new. You had a wish for peace. Did you not achieve that? Do you not have peace in some way? How is the physicality so important that it prevents you from finding your peace? If you're the last man standing, you cannot help those that don't seek peace at this point. They have to go through, they are on the cross. They have to go through this resurrection of sorts. They have to be put into a position where they want to find peace also. We need to set up a structure in a way as a collective, and that each man standing in his own zone contributes to the overall. And I have made recommendations in the past where going back to when we were bringing the MagRab to the press club, this channel was open 24 hours a day so that everyone who wanted to speak could speak. Sometimes people would wait hours and then they would finally speak and have questions because it was about confidence. And another suggestion that I made was for the forum to be opened up. We don't need moderators for a forum anymore. Trolls are going to come and go, and that's fine. But these were tools that were very beneficial, I thought. And I know there's work involved in that, but those are things to prepare for when times comes, because not everybody uses cell phone and Telegram. There's other avenues that can be touched upon, that can be brought in. These are all the tools that we can start thinking about and collectively gathering. And so when we sit down, we say, well, how is this going? What do we need to support the forums? There's too many trolls. Well, but the information is there. What about this running 24/7 of the streaming? Well, we have logistical issues with that and everything. We need certain people. We need to work with those tools to be prepared with those things, because those people aren't going to come, we're going to wait for it to be on television. That's the medium that we have to wait for them to announce that, oh, it's become so dire that now we'll look at it. Well, it's been out there for so long. The people that wanted it to truly find peace have found it. Those that haven't been put in a position of, your life depends on it, they haven't met that that standard yet. And so we need to talk about the tools that we've already got that could possibly be put in place with not much logistical issues. I don't know all the logistical issues in the background. I know we've talked about this before, Rick, about the forum and possibly opening up the live stream to be constantly running 24/7, and how that's possible, what are the costs involved. But these are some of the things that we could be working on right now, and not so much the minutia of it, but just the forming of the ideas and brainstorming things of way to spread the knowledge that we have, and not have to worry about proving the successes, because when they get to the point of no return, they're going to accept whatever help is out there. And unfortunately, for so many cultures, they especially for Americans, it's like you try to give them a gift, they want to know why it's worthless. Why are you giving them a gift why are you giving them something? People don't, in America, they don't seem to function on that level. And so I can only speak of, as an American trying to help people, is that they don't want the help until they're forced to seek the help in a way. And so I just wanted to put out there that, we have a couple of tools that perhaps we could look at maybe incorporating into the overall communication, and in a strategic way present them so that when people want to find these things, they're on live stream, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, there's connections. Because at that one time, looking back to when we were taking the MagRav to the press club, we ran 24/7, and everybody was kind of collectively getting together. We were following the path from where it originated to Washington, D.C., and it was a collective time where people were coming together, and they were holding signs up in Washington, D.C., trying to get out the message. People would see it, but what would happen from that? It didn't continue on that way. I know people got tired because of, certain people were not in it for this, they were here to destroy, but these people are just destroying themselves, and we are one last man standing, and you have to be that beacon of light and connect with the other beacons. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jasmine from Houston, and I want to thank Carolina and Mr. Keshe. And maybe I want to share our experience in recovery as a family. I remember long time ago, well, several teachings before, that Mr. Keshe said to us that we need to see inside, and that then we can work outside. So that has been on my mind a lot of this time of recovery. So yesterday, Victor was at excruciating pain in his ear, and Carolina gave me an idea to take my cup of life, and I forgot that I used it, and I stand up for my own healing too. So thanks to that advice, then we returned Victor to the bathtub, and with Alfonso there, and then I brought the one cup, but then I saw we brought the second cup, and then we focused in we worked together with the guns in a way that we are understanding more. Then we talk about like a purpose or the future. And then also Victor stopped to crying. That took us some time, but we focused it's like right now Mr. Keshe is saying like everybody has like a gift naturally. So the family, we are working and see and recognizing our own gifts. So Alfonso has the gift to be calm and analytic and loving, and he was explaining to Victor how the light is coming of healing. Imagine that from the plasma, and being thankful with the plasma, giving thanks all the time, and be connected with with them. But then is also I understood that when that part when Mr. Keshe always says this word about that position, and then I think what came to my mind like yes, we are like this atom or a molecule in a way of saying, and then is holding the love and the gratitude in working with the plasma, but a plasma is also like is asking us for trust, and in a way that yeah, it's we feel it, we feel that force very strong with our cups and being in the bath, but being from to each other. Like I was thinking like meanwhile he was in the bed with Alfonso, I could lay down on the bed, but my son was asking for me, so I was there. So it's like yes, it's my commitment. In my purpose is to be a mother and to bring him to the future, for a better future to see. So it's this little word that that we are revealing ourselves, our true path, and our own strength with the help of everybody. So it's a journey to understand. Also, I noticed that if I talk from my soul, the virus is or the GANs or a mix. That part I cannot determine, but what really I can tell is now is like a duty for me to speak more from like use my body as an instrument of my consciousness. Is instead the other ways that is not usually that I was running. So when I am not doing that, a pain come back. So now I am asking permission all the time for me, well, to bring me in consciousness and ask my soul what we really want. But I think this sharing experience humbly can put in the way that for us organize us to be in support to others, hopefully. Much love and gratitude to you all.
Thank you, Yasmin. We've got, I think, Ted and Meredith.
Rick, if it is possible, Pete is still here, and Jamila, if we can bring the template up, then people can come forward for the purpose they would love to serve, and we can just fill in because the roster is made. We don't need to make a new one. It's already an existing document. But I think Pete has access to it, or maybe even Jamila, I don't know, or Moshfaq. But you have to pass it on to Rick so that he then can bring it into a new open setting in Google Docs. And then people can see what we are referring to. Are you here, Jamila?
Yes, I am here. So the document, it was the, all the list of the different areas to cover, plus the support and yeah, the Excel file, right?
Yeah.
This is what I was mentioning.
Yeah,
so
everybody in the council has taken position there already.
yeah,
Okay.
I have I see it now. It is in the drive, in our drive. Yes.
Pete cannot do it. He
So,
says he's away from his computer.
I can send it to. You want me to send it to Rick? This is what you are saying.
I think that will be the easiest way, so Rick knows where to position it, that we can open it up and people can take their positions.
Do you want it inserted in the KF Wikipedia? Is that what you mean?
It's going to have to go public because it's going to keep on getting added of people which are going to come and work in it. But it cannot be worked on in our Google Doc department. So it has to be copied and put into a new Wikipedia doc.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, the way we are working with the wishes, you have created that kind of department. This is going to have to take place the same way, but and then people will find their own position much easier because everything is already in it. That was the document I was mentioning about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I think everything needs to get approved by management before it gets published in the Wikipedia now. But I can put it in as an edit, and I think it won't go through until it gets approved. Is the way I believe it works.
That's okay, but you can open and then send it in for approval.
Maybe only opening it, you need?
No, Jamila. You have to send a copy of ours without anybody opening ours. You understand? Ours has to stay complete.
So I make a copy?
Yeah, please.
Screen copy.
But that Rick can work in it.
Yeah, so you want to complete now? You want to work on it now?
Yeah.
This is what you are saying?
Yes.
Maybe we have to review it before because
has something
evolved.
changed?
Yeah, so since we did it, maybe we have to adjust it to before.
It's the one.
Working
It's the one which Dr. Katwa was referring to, Jamila.
Yeah,
That only has the layout how to work on governmental level.
So it's not the tasks, the priority one, etc. So the missions, it's not the missions. You're not talking about this one.
It's very difficult. I cannot go into it because I'm in another system.
It's not the UC responsibilities. No, this is not this one.
I think so. It's where we have positioned ourselves, and these are all the structures which are open for people to come in to support, to work under that kind of.
Okay, so it is that
because
one.
the agriculture is there, the plants are there, the water is there, communication is there, teaching is there.
Justice, finance, many things are there.
Yes.
You know? So the distribution, the manufacturing, the emergency. So all these activities or missions, we define global missions, area of responsibilities, a description of tasks, and the UC who choose which topic, and support they choose as well. So we have some members who are not there anymore. I'm just saying maybe we have to just clean it and bring it maybe tomorrow meeting. So
okay, Jamila, do we have the first one without that all being filled in? Do we have the original one before we start filling it in? Because that would be a very good template for the knowledge seekers to start working with. The layout is there, and then we can adjust it tomorrow what we want in it.
Is this what you meant, Carolina?
Did you ask something, Rick?
Is this the, I put a list up on the screen there. Is this the list that you meant?
Yep. We have a much more expanded version, but we're going to put it right so that we can bring it back on the table. And maybe we can do that tomorrow evening, Jamila. We start at 5 o'clock. And then we can maybe bring it on the platform of Thursday, if Mr. Keshe can make time for it, so that more people have a better idea how the structure is set up. But these are the initial points. Go ahead, Jamila.
oh, okay. You want me to comment that? Okay, so this is so we worked more on that. We detailed each bullet point here. So when we say UC global administration, it is about organization and the global organization of UC with the support and with the nations behind in terms of languages speaking. Then another part was UC charter. So we have we have our tools charter, and yeah, global change management was the transition. We mean here transition, how we deal with the transition from the current time to the next level. Distribution of UC centers was about how to implement and where to implement offices or a center in each nation, in each country, where population can come and can talk and can request, etc. So where and what is the strategy to set up the centers, the Keshe Foundation UC organization centers locally. Global harmonization for peace was about, we have the peace treaty, we have the constitution, we have the charter. So how we are going to make harmonization for one nation, one planet, one race, with our vision. Then how to deploy the and freedom for every being, for all and every being. The diplomacy was about how we deal with the government, current government, how we bring the and this is exactly what Mr. Keshe was talking about. We have to go to talk with the ministers or with government, how we do that, and how we bring the peace management with them. Management and monitoring disarmament. So it was about what is the strategy behind all the army, the disarmament, what we do, how we do, what we do, what is the strategy, and how we it comes to employment and to a new way of using not using, but working with these people who have been working for armies. External communication and social media was how we communicate. So all the channels, what are the plans, so in different levels, how we communicate, how we build the communication with authorities, with institutions, with nations, with people equally, and how we build it. And the social media, are we going to use the social media, and how, and what, which one? Telecommunication, network, and media, it was the same communication. So how we deal with the communication by phone, or do we have so it was, this chapter has been should be developed with new ideas. What is the networking, how we do that, the media, we create maybe our channels or whatever. So it's about that. Protection and support to communities. Here is how we protect the nations, the population, the beings, the vegetal animals, and everything. What is the plan? What are the rules, and how we implement that? Maintenance and application of constitutional laws. So it was how we implement the constitution, the laws, the charter, and how we do the maintenance, how we do the application. What if someone is not, we have some issues, how we deal with that? Justice and equality of community and beings. So what we do in terms of justice, how we build the equality of communities and beings. So all the plan behind that, how we set up this strategy here, and how we deploy, how we maintain relationship between communities. So what is happening now? We had before Corona some conflicts, and now with Corona we see we have everyone is in the same situation, the same condition. So what is the relation between communities after that? The market and exchanges between the community. It's about how we deal with the exchanges, the trade, the commercial aspect, how we exchange the goods, the food, the services between the communities. Community aid services and universal help. So how we build that, and how we are thinking about how we can envision the help of universal help, universal community. Equality of territories and housing. So it's about so how we manage to, will we be also talking about immigration, migrants, refugee, or what? How we are going to deal with that? And equality of territories. How we allow people to move from one area to another, to one country to another? Are we going to have still the frontiers, etc.? And what about the housing, to give the shelter for everyone? How we manage that? Based on what? What are the rules? Then transportation, logistic of goods. So it's about how we make the transportation, the way, the channels of bringing the goods from one continent to another, one country to another. So building the infrastructure, maybe changing the way of transportation. So it's another chapter. The finance, accounts, and budget. So it was how we deal with money, budget, how we distribute funds or for needed, how much we can distribute or give to people, and what is the rule? Do we give based on the situation or what? So it's very, how can I say that? There are a lot behind here. Are we going to still think about money, finance? What we need as budget to handle all that? So it's budget, finance to people, to population, to nations, and also what budget we need to set up all that. Development and spaces. So how we can follow the development, and what vision we might have behind, how we can structure that. Ecology, sustainable development. So how to take care about the planet. Ecology, so all the systems, the seas, all the nature, all the planet. So vegetal and animals, and balancing. Everyone has the right to be on the planet. How we maintain that, how we deploy that, how we take care of that. Environment and safeguarding spaces. Yeah, so it's more precise how we take care about the not killing animals, not killing anyone or anything for pleasure or whatever. So how to keep our environment beautiful, as if you notice now you have no pollution above the cities, you have a beautiful sky, blue sky, and it's really amazing. So how can we, what to do to keep that for long? Then resource management, water, technology, energy. So how we set up our technology, and how we clean the water, how we give energy to everyone, to all the nations, and to populations. So how to get how to do it, the way to do it, to distribute it, and to manage it. Agriculture, food, water management, and processing. It's the same. So how we set up, how we switch for the agriculture we have now to the new agriculture, the safe agriculture. How we do it, how we take care to have the right food, to clean all the poison in the food. So how we set up that, how we switch from what we are, what we have, to what we want. Then education, knowledge, teaching. It's the chapter how we now we know that in many areas the education and the knowledge is getting obsolete. So how we set up new education, how we align all this education knowledge, and how we teach, how we deploy that to the nation, to be transparent and to be honest, and to keep our populations and one nation all with accurate information and knowledge to grow. Then the work, employment, and vocational training. So how we think about what direction we think work. Tomorrow people should work, how many hours, how they have to work, what based on what, and how we how we manage employment with all the nation, one nation. So I was talking about the armies. So how we do the mutation or the transition, and the vocational training. How are we going to train these people to change from the obsolete jobs to the new ones? Then we have health, medicine, and care. So you have an idea behind. So what is happening now? It's a really dramatic situation. So how we build, how we take care of that, how we build a new vision of caring about people and saving people, and culture, well-being. How do we think the nation, one nation, will be happy? What's needed to be happy? What culture? How we see the culture? The culture is growing, developing, and being happy, and on the new era. Sorry, a new era. So this was the ideas we came with. Hello?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll work it out tomorrow so it can go fully public, maybe already on Thursday. Because most of it is already in position. It's just now people have an idea, they can think about it, bring it back on the table in the groups towards their council member, because each council member is in a Corona group in their language. So if you bring it back, I want to choose this, I am good at this, or I want to do this, then we will start filling it up. We work on it on Friday, and then we bring it back on the table, and we can see how we can create maybe a meeting on Monday where we can all come together, and then Tuesday again. We will announce them, but at least you can start finding your position and what you can and what you would love to do. Does that sound great? And tomorrow we can already share a lot of ideas with Rick, if Rick has the copy of the document. So he can already start working on it tomorrow morning, because it's public as well.
Then we will have to set up a groups. For example, I don't know if you see it, but the first group will be communication group. So people volunteer to work on the communication, for example. To build this communication, we can, so tomorrow we can discuss that, the
Yes.
priorities we have.
If everybody goes through this list and they see where they can find their position and they give feedback in the Corona, go to your council members, you can find them and go into their private chat and communicate there. Say, I will, I offer to go there, or I can do this. Then we bring them all together. We work on it tomorrow evening in our meeting. And then we can bring it back on the table and see where we can work out. And maybe we can ask Mr. Keshe time on Thursday to get more people on board. But you're going to get a better overview. And by that time, we will finish our template so that you can see where is what in position. With the emails and everything has a good overview on Thursday then. So we can work on it tomorrow all together. We start at 5 o'clock, and Rick can bring already a lot of people in also, because I know a lot of knowledge seekers are there present too. Because this is just very concentrated. It's been opened up into more, you will understand when we give you the document, you will understand. It's worked out in much more detail. If somebody can, or Jamila, if you can make I don't know, like a Word document that we can circulate around and people can start filling in where they can take their position.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can put it in the group, in the chat, in the group, in Zoom chat.
If you put it in the Zoom chat, but also in the Telegram, you see then the members can take it to their Corona team groups. Rick can take it tomorrow to his platform, so we can all pick it up from
in Telegram as well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's easier to circulate it around.
So we need the names,
So,
right?
Is this the way? Do you think has Mr. Keshe seen this first of all? Does he know about the existence of this document, and is this what he had in mind with that we should be taking action?
Ella has brought it.
Areas?
Ella has brought it on our table, and we have opened it up. Yes.
Okay.
Because it's nicely structured out. You will see when we bring it forward. You can see the whole. It's beautiful. It's done, but we cannot share it yet because we have to work on it. There are certain things that needs to be repositioned, as Jamila just said. But these are the main topics in those documents. And then everybody can find his position and start working from that kind of platform. Because it's organized, it's structured, it comes from the Keshe Foundation, it sits with the Universal Council, and the Universal Council support members and the knowledge seekers can work with it. It has been brought forward with, it was supposed to appear in August. As we do a presentation every year, just before Mr. Keshe's birthday or on Mr. Keshe's birthday. But with the coronavirus, this has been brought all forward with the speed, unbelievable. Well, we have it in place. These are the topics. So people can choose in which category they can serve. And then we bring on Thursday, I will talk to Mr. Keshe. We'll work on it tomorrow. And then we'll bring it on Thursday on the table again, and then everybody can work with it. Because it's easier to find your position.
Yeah, Caroline.
Yes.
However, this is the task or the actions to be taken or the access to be where we can, all of us, we can contribute by our choice. However, we have to work on strategy. It's not the strategy here. Here it's just the tasks to be done or the areas we have to cover all the need of the nations, etc. But how we organize the strategy of organization is another.
Yes, that's the next step.
Topic. Yeah.
We first have to get the people in to then for them to work the strategies out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the step which is gonna be going, and let's hope that we can put it on the platform on Thursday. I think Mr. Keshe will be more than welcome to create time for this, so we can finish it tomorrow. And then everybody can come in and create, as you said, this is not the strategy yet. We have given an overall view. We have put everything in. There's more than this. And it's a very nice presentation. But as Jamila said, we have to remove certain things and clean it up.
And also there are tomorrow maybe another, so we will have more ideas, more point of view, and so as we are working all together, so we will have a beautiful vision all of us in the same time.
Yes.
Mila, I think we have developed this
much further than than you presented. This
Yeah,
was
this
the
is
one, but then we developed it further. So
yeah.
if you
This is what
please
we are
for the
saying.
other-
This is what we are saying with Caroline. We have the file. We have to clean up the file to update it. It's not. We have to review it between us before presenting it.
It's not ready to go in public, Dr. Katwa. That's what Jamila said.
Thank you very much.
You're
welcome.
Yeah, I think this is the exact issue. This platform here, the One Nation, should be basically the professional end of things where everything's already more or less worked out, and it becomes a presentation of this is the way we see it right now, or this is what we're willing to do, or this is what we're able to do, and showing, you know, the breadth of the capability of the Universal Council and interacting with the Keshe Foundation and so on, to show the solutions that are available already, rather than spending this time to go through all our rough ideas and kind of put out some things that we have planned for the future, maybe perhaps, but we have to work on it first.
No,
Rick,
Rick,
we used to work on our wishes and so on.
Rick, you misunderstand. This is the outlines of what is in the already finished document. It just needs to be cleaned up for them to come onto the table where the solutions are sitting. We already worked all those things out.
Right,
It's
well, the
just,
title here says, here are some ideas of domain to manage. These are some types of actions that each of us could do to be discussed and refined. Now, if I'm a government representative coming into this meeting, I'm telling you, this looks like something that's going to be maybe worked on and
no. We are confirming, we have been confirming constant. It is finished, but not too ready to go into public domain yet. After tomorrow evening, it will be finalized and it goes on Thursday on platform.
Thursday, why not? Why wouldn't it not be in this platform? Because Thursdays usually.
We cannot start cleaning this document up in public domain. That's what we said. Jamila said we have to work on it.
But you're talking about putting it Thursday in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Is that what you mean, or Thursday somewhere else?
No, Thursday with Mr. Keshe. It was supposed to go on the 2nd of August, but the coronavirus and the whole problem has brought this month forward. So we are working on this document, but it's not ready to go into public domain. We will finish it tomorrow evening so that it can go on public domain on Thursday.
Yeah, but Caroline, Rick, I understand the point of view of Rick, because this is linked to what we have to deliver on the One Planet, One Nation.
Exactly.
So
this is the format. This is the platform that this final document should be presented in. Not the This is not the platform to be working on all the rough notes of the final document. If you want to be professional about it, you don't provide the public with your rough notes. You work with the professionalism of having a final document.
You get it wrong. With this list, the people which are specialized in this kind of layout, they can come on board and let us know where they want to position themselves. This is the start. We just start today.
Can I say something, Caroline?
Yes,
just,
Jamila.
Yeah, just for Rick. Yeah, I agree with you, Rick. But here, as we were talking to do, what to do, not to do, etc. So just to give visibility to all of us, we are showing these topics. It's the topics. These topics are the topics we have chosen with the Universal Council to set up and to develop. So we are just sharing, giving a visibility on what is coming. It's not delivering. The delivery of what we have to do will be in format, professional and communication way. Good communication, presentation, and very well structured, not just a draft. And I agree with you.
Exactly.
And this has, maybe this has to be prepared for next Thursday, but we have in between, we have to work on it, all of us. First we have to clean, etc., to prepare the file, what we have. Then we have to create, to work with all of us, what, as we said, starting tomorrow. But Carolina, maybe Mr. Keshe can just announce that we are working on something which will come Tuesday, but I don't think we will be ready to present something to Thursday in the teaching of Mr. Keshe. This is my point of view.
I know, but my wishful thinking is always on my side. If we can finish it, we have worked a lot of nights to finish the document, Jamila.
Yeah, but we are not, I don't think, yeah, but I don't think we are. So we have to, it's not because we did it many times, we have to do it exactly the same. We have to do.
No.
So
I agree.
Let's see what we have to, maybe he can give announcement, but I'm not sure that we will give the strategy. We cannot give only a piece of that, because I am saying that we are missing, the strategy is not there yet. We have actions, we have departments or actions or areas or axes of things, and we have to work on that to make it really tangible, feasible, deployable, communicable. But we are not in this list. Somehow we have something, but we have to work on it, because now we have to deliver that, and all of us. So it's not only UC. Now we have to integrate all the team with us to. So we will need time, Carolina. So not only tomorrow.
I know. You know me, huh? Wishful thinking.
Yeah, I know, but let's be reasonable and efficient.
Can I make just a small question? The Italian community asked me a question, very short, very little. They just asked me if they can choose one more. You know, for example, someone use one more line, more than one line. Like for example, if everyone have to choose only one line, or they can choose more than one category. This was the question.
Can I answer, Carolina?
Sure, go ahead, Jamila.
We have in our in the other working document, we can choose. We can choose one and be supporting in another one, for example.
Okay, so if I answer to them, I say to them that they can choose only one line and be supporting to another line. So for example, someone can choose.
They can be supporting if they have. Yeah.
And then be supportive in health and medicine care, for example.
Yeah, because
but they cannot be in two. So I just wanted to answer that. Yeah.
Just to be very efficient, because if we choose one line, we have to deliver. It's not just for being in the group.
Okay. I let them know. I'll translate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I will have to say goodbye to all of you.
Well, I think we could probably wrap things up now with what we have here at this point.
Okay. Correct. Mr. Keshe still is in the meeting. He's not going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
So Rick, is there the latitude to continue on and on?
No, I'm totally burned out after.
Oh, I understand. That's what I'm asking.
5,
Is there
6, 7 hours of constant hosting? That's fine. The thing is, who's
tomorrow
going to
morning,
be?
tomorrow morning
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
start again, Rick.
It's not tomorrow morning for me. It's tonight. So that's
tonight?
the whole
Yeah.
thing. And it's
Oh my
already in
God.
the afternoon, so it's all one day for me, and then I have to continue tomorrow with another meeting, and then tomorrow's workshop, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But yeah, we would need more hosts, and we would have to have a valid reason to continue doing it, which is if a government is listening in, is it going to be a professional conversation about the things we're actually doing and have set up and ready to go? Or is it going to be, you know, just talking about stuff, about how to make the GANS cups and so on, which is not really the purpose of this group.
No, the plans have changed. The layout has changed.
Well, that's why I was proposing a strategy to deal with that question.
Tomorrow morning, Rick is public again. So.
What did you mean, Stephen?
Well, that's why when I previously mentioned to harken back to the time when we did the MagRab to the Washington, D.C., and we ran for 24/7 basically, where other people would become hosts. You know, I mean, that's what I was just trying to, if we could strategize, not at this moment, but how to go about having a free flow of information. Yes, we want to be professional, but what we have to prepare for is if the governments open up, we don't want to be sandbagged. We want to be prepared for them for when they say, oh, so what do you got? Let's see what you got. And then it's like, well, okay, well, here's what we've been doing already 24/7 to spread the knowledge. So it should already become like a production, not in the sense of we want to produce something, but we already have a strategy of how things are presented, how people can speak at a, you know, how rules of sharing, where, you know, we raise our hands and we give each other an opportunity to talk. We try to stick to the topics. Yes, that's basically the moderator or whoever's hosting, but how do we support you in a way that you don't always have to be there, but people that you know, like Flint or other people that would be able to be there to ensure that we follow the ethos and what we're trying to get across, but yet there's other people that can support you so you don't always have to be there, is what I meant in that way. We could put that as a topic because we want to disseminate the information as broadly and as quickly as possible should we get that opportunity. And we don't want to get sandbagged by say, oh, you know, if they come out and say, you know, here, this is this, they're talking about all this. We want to be prepared and already have put in process this continuously teaching and sharing that we once touched on back when we tried to share the MagRab, bring it to Washington, D.C., and give it to the whole world. And then so many different things happened. You know, so many things didn't go our way, but we adapted and we just kept going. And the flow of information and the soul's intention of sharing just didn't stop because of time zones or because of people. It just continued. And I just wondered if, you know, we could talk about that, perhaps not in this, but maybe tonight, about how to better support you and the group to kind of facilitate that, if that's okay.
Well, you got to have a reason to do it, though. This is the thing. And this group has a particular reason, and it's not just to be there all day long broadcasting information. It's to have the solutions and answers for governments and other officials and you know, to be a professional voice basically for that. It's like an embassy or something. That's the purpose of this group. The plasma reactor group is a totally different purpose. It has, as Mr. Keshe has been talking about, the Thursday Knowledge Seekers workshop is a totally different purpose. And all those groups have been going 6, 8, 10, 12 hours in their broadcasts, which is, you know, it's number one, probably way too much, because most of the questions are repetitive. It's the same questions, and they can be answered mostly by the KF Wikipedia and so on, but we try to be patient with new people and take them in, and there's a lot of emotional things going on, all kinds of other stuff, depending on which workshop is happening and so on. But to have it all just, you could have, I mean, you could start your own 24/7 channel if you wanted and find people that'll man it. And you could deliver information, just deliver information as if that's what you're delivering and need to deliver. But we have different purposes here. So like governments aren't going to just sit in on a live stream channel 24/7 and you know, tune into it. It's not likely. They don't have the time and manpower for that generally, even how desperate they are. It should be more succinct when we're delivering to governments. You know, it's, if you can't tell them in a short conversation what we can deliver, and then they can, you know, pick and choose what they, you know, we have to deliver to their needs, not to our wants. But at the same time, we have to sort of dictate what the possibilities are, because they might not be able to see it. So it's a bit of a tricky thing, the whole act of diplomacy. And, you know, not all of us are the best at being diplomatic with the governments. Most of us don't have a real big, you know, love for our governments, let's say, and that might be why we've come to the Keshe Foundation a lot of times. So how do we be diplomatic in those circumstances? Mr. Keshe happens to be very good at it, and he's encouraging us to sort of go in that direction. But it's, you know, for someone that's not used to that, like myself, I'm not a diplomat. I can sort of, you know, try to keep people from getting in fist fights or something, but I'm not really a you know, a government official or manager and that kind of mentality. There's other people that are very good at that particular aspect. So this is where we need to work sort of in the background a lot, because that's, the governments don't generally work out in public and have, you know, suffer some public, you know, meetings on particular topics and so on. They will engage under their own rules usually. But this is sort of a, it's, the Keshe Foundation is a bit too wild for most governments. A bit too is putting it mildly, because the full package is so overwhelming to most governments that they don't want to go there. But they're being forced into it more and more, because that's the way the natural flow is going. So in a way, we're in an ideal situation with being able to supply the government with exactly what they need right now, which is guidance. And but I don't know if we're going to be micromanaging all of these different categories and so on. I suggest that probably not. And this is why I wanted to kind of run this by Mr. Keshe before we do a lot of work on it, to make sure that it's all, is it something we want to get governments to do? Is that the idea? And all the different non-governmental groups that are involved, all the thousands and thousands of aid groups and help groups and so on and so forth that are in all of these different categories. Do you want to get them activated and working? Is that our idea? Or are we trying to retain control over that whole aspect? So this is part of this, the idea of managing all this and the strategy behind it, which I think should probably be done behind the scenes rather than out here in public, while we kind of haggle out what we're actually doing with all this information.
Thank you very much, Rick. I know it's going to be a very early start again for you. Thank you, hosts and co-hosts. And knowledge seekers, councils and support councils, core team and earth councils, and Mr. Keshe especially.
And thank you too, Carolina, for all of your efforts and work and the dedication you've had, especially to this particular group here, which has been going on for 116 weeks of this teaching. So you've definitely brought us forward, I think, in many ways, and especially in the soul teachings in regards to this. So I thank you very much for all of the work that you've done.
As we say, Rick, you're always welcome. That's why we're here for, and thank you very much for your dedication and all the others who are working in the background to support this platform. It's not us, you, it's a whole team working together as one family to get to this level. And I think we have managed to get everyone to the same level. There are not much so more the questions about the COPs. I think they're up and running. As Alex said, it only takes you 15 minutes. But it's then the connection of the soul and the understanding in that way, and they're getting there. I think we have achieved, all of us, a great job. And it's not been an easy path, but we have gone through the whole structure. And as you said, we accomplished all our wishes. And that is the most beautiful one. Now we have to go to the next one. Thank you all. Good night and see you next time. And definitely tomorrow evening. And become a private student, and you can work in more teamwork, which then they bring it to the platform like today, because it's because of their knowledge, working together in those small groups and teams and language, public teachings, which bring this family together. It's not one, it's all. Thank you very much. Good evening. See you next time.
Okay, thank you very much, Carolina. And I'll remind people that the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group starts at 7 a.m. Central European Time on Wednesday, May 6, 2020, or that's the same as 10 p.m. Central or Pacific Time on Tuesday, May 5th, which is today, my time. Gets a little complicated, but you should get the idea there. And of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time, as usual. Okay, I think that's all we have time for today, and we'll wrap up and see you all next time, next week at the same place for this workshop as well. Okay, everyone, bye for now. We'll end the workshop and see you later.